Greeting from the 2022 RDAG Regionals in East Asia. Lying on the eastern part of the continent and located west of the Pacific Ocean, East Asia is one of the world's most densely populated regions. Esports in East Asia thrive with a well-established ecosystem and many talented and dedicated teams. It is now recognized as an integral part of the region's cultural identity. At the 2022 RDAG Regionals, People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei will compete in the League of Legends event. As one of the four great ancient civilizations of the world, China has a long history and has nurtured a diverse culture of esports. Players from all over China will surely put on an unparalleled gaming experience. Victoria Harbour has witnessed the golden age of pop culture in Hong Kong, China, and will observe outstanding performances by its players today. As an international free port, Macau, China is known for its openness and inclusiveness, and this spirit is also reflected in its esports culture. Chinese Taipei, also known as Treasure Island, has been compared to a pearl. The players' performance will shine just as brightly in this game. We wish the young players from East Asia, as part of their RDAG journey, promote sportsmanship, compete proudly, and make the most of the 2022 RDAG Regionals.
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The East Asia region features a competition among 4 teams, including the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei. These teams are determined to showcase their best performance and leave no room for regrets. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
iQOO 11系列，标配 2K 144赫兹一流全感屏，流畅又清晰。有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞悦享操控。
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏， 奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
Hello and welcome to the Road to Asian Games 2022. It is a wonderful day, and of course, my name is Elfish Guy. Here is Rusty alongside me. We're looking forward to bringing you some fantastic competition. Rusty, how are you doing today?
I'm fantastic, mate. It was a long journey to get here, but very excited to be here, to say the least, and looking forward to 8 days straight of League of Legends.
Indeed, indeed. And of course, it's going to be a big couple of, almost a couple of weeks of competition. But before we get into all of that discussion, let's just give a quick thanks to our sponsors. Of course, this competition is jointly organised by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia, and of course undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, we have to give a big thanks to our prestige sponsor, Audi's Q4 e-tron's strong support for the RDAG tournament, and a special thanks, of course, to iQOO 11, the official mobile game equipment of the RDAG. The professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control. Thank you as well to our official sponsor, Omen, new Omen 16, new journey to the Road to Asian Games 2022.
And thank you as well to our official supporter, Autofull M6, official gaming chair, partner of the Road to Asia Games. Be your own hero. Thank you to our official supporter, East Rock, as well, for their support. At the same time, we would like to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, China Mobile, Migu channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support.
Of course, fantastic to have all of the support, and it wouldn't be possible without them, Rusty. So today, of course, a big day. It marks day 1 of the Road to Asian Games. And first of all, we do want to wish our best to all of the teams competing from the 29 countries and regions participating over the course of the competition, and hoping that they're going to be able to show their best, show their highest skills in the games to come, and hopefully they're going to get some good outcomes for themselves. But there's certainly going to be a lot to talk about in that department, right, Rusty? There's a lot of teams, there's a lot of players, lots of teams and players that we maybe haven't even really heard from in the past. And on the other side of the coin as well, there's a lot of very experienced individuals coming into this event as well. So lots to think about.
Very much so, right? A lot of new players, a lot of new teams, a lot of exciting new countries and regions that will be competing as well. People that perhaps you haven't seen play League of Legends at home also. So a lot to look forward to.
Indeed, indeed. All right. Well, before we do get too far into that whole discussion as well, we do need to check up with the rules and the format for the competition. So let's have a look at that.
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The East Asia region features a competition among 4 teams, including the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei. These teams are determined to showcase their best performance and leave no room for regrets. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
Well, that is indeed the big question, isn't it, Rusty? I think there's a couple of maybe front runners when it does come to said question as well. I think if we look towards maybe some of the countries and regions that we've got competing here at the Road to Asia Games, there's certainly some known quantities and there's certainly some unknown quantities. And I think for those known quantities, they certainly come from some strong regions themselves.
Yes, and definitely I think today with the East Asian branch of the competition, we'll be seeing a lot of those big names competing, a lot to look forward to with those, some perhaps playoffs, players and teams as well that compete in the LPL. So I'm very excited personally as someone who formerly worked on that broadcast for a long time to see exactly what they can do.
Indeed, and so we do have the list of our group here. Of course, it's, as we've said, quite a number of regions playing over the course of these 8 days. Today we'll be kicking things off with East Asia, which features China, Hong Kong, China, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei. And again, you know, when you speak to sort of the big names when it comes to this competition, I think there's no question that obviously China has to be probably the first on your lips. The team competing from China is basically Team WE, who is a legitimate team. This is not as if we've just sent a bunch of individuals from one region and put them all together. It is a competitive team. It is a very good team, actually, even within the LPL itself. So, you know, bright spots ahead, I'd say, for Team China.
Yeah, and similarly, of course, in the same East Asia bracket, the Chinese Taipei team is definitely another one that we'll be looking forward to. And of course, they will be in your second game today against Hong Kong, China. But the first one, you know, the hallmark game here, the debut game of the Road to Asia Games is going to be Macau, China against the Team WE China that we just spoke about before. So a very exciting one to kick us off.
Yeah, and I think that's only fair, right? We've got essentially the host nation, Macau, China. That's where we are right now, having a good time and going up against what I think ultimately might end up being the favorite for this entire competition in China. I don't know how many arguments you can really make against that. I suppose we'll see what we can do for maybe Chinese Taipei as well. They could potentially give us a bit of a run-in, but we'll have to find out. Now, of course, though, we do want to hear from the players themselves, so let's go and jump into an interview.
大家好，我是英雄联盟项目中国代表队的选手崔孝军 ，ID 是香克斯。
大家好，我是中国澳门队的队长，中路选手 Faith。
大家好，我是中路选手 Maple。
大家好，我是中国香港队伍的上路 YSKM。
我们是 PSG 整队过来打嘛，然后我们的配合本来就不错，然后大赛经验也比较丰富，我想这就是我们的优势。
因为我们队伍大部分都是业余玩家，然后训练的时间可能没有其他队伍那么多，但是我们为了这次比赛，花了很多时间来准备、磨合。
俊章，他的这个人想法很独特，所以让我要小心他是个 ganker。
我最期待与中国队交手吧，因为这次中国队也是派来 WE 整队，然后他们的默契也挺不错的，应该跟我们差不多，所以应该是我们最大的对手。
因为我们队的实力可能没有其他队伍那么厉害，但是我们会努力打出自己的风采，然后尽力打好每一场比赛吧。
我即将要面对对手是阿志嘛，然后会把他干爆的。
我们会尽全力争取胜利，认真对待每一个对手。
Always good to be hearing from the players themselves, isn't it? But let's jump into the discussion around our two first teams. Of course, starting things off with Macau, China. And, you know, we've alluded to it a couple of times already in our brief discussion, but this is a team that sort of comes in as a bit of maybe an underdog, a bit of an unknown quantity for the most part.
Yeah, so the two big names that stand out to you immediately is Sea Lion and Faith. Faith in particular is the person that I want to highlight the most from their team. We'll get into that, of course, as we get towards the game and closer to that. Right now, you can see the starting lineup for Team China. Cube, Hung, Shanks, Hope, Iwandi, effectively Team WE competing in the LPL. But at this tournament, they are Team China.
Yeah, indeed, indeed. And speaking of their performances lately, I mean, they've been on the upward trend, right? They've been doing relatively well for themselves, so definitely some positive signs coming in here. And, yeah, as we've said, very much the favourites, I think, especially coming into this matchup, but then, of course, for probably this group, this whole competition in general. So looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to bring to the table. I think it's fair to say that they can come in as kind of like the Goliath in the sense as they're the big dogs. They're the ones which have, you know, been able to scrim within the Chinese region. Well, yeah. They play within the LPL, right? Everything seems to point in their direction as being a big favourite.
I mean, without a doubt, the East Asia bracket here is going to have a hard time trying to get through them. I did like in the video that you just heard before as well, discussing rivals and who those players are. And, you know, I do enjoy that there were some very tempered expectations in there as well. We are a newer team. Yep. Perhaps our expectations against someone like this China roster, this Team China roster is not going to be as high, but it's about doing our best as our country.
Yeah, of course, and you want to represent your country or your region really as much as you can, and whether or not you're the favourite coming in or not doesn't necessarily matter. I think it's just about putting your best foot forward and doing what you can, essentially. But how big of a difference do you think that really makes, right? The fact that you do have a legitimate team that's been playing together for however many, you know, months, years, days, whatever, versus a team that essentially does get put together for a competition such as this. It's got to be a tough ask, right, to sort of mesh all those 5 players, plus a coach as well. We've got to remember that's a factor as well. Meshing all of these ideas and these individuals together to try to form a cohesive team is not necessarily the easiest of tasks on such a short amount of time.
Yeah, it makes a significant difference, right? You're coming in against a team that's more refined, that has done the hard yards, they've spent the time practicing and planning and strategizing, and they may be able to come into this tournament and just do what has worked, right? They were a playoffs team when they compete in the LPL as well. And their opponents here, 2 former professional players, now retired players as well in Faith and Sea Lion. you know, there's a lot of time that they've missed, a lot of new champions in League that they've missed, Jordan. And those new champions have gotten quite spicy for the state of the game.
I'll tell you what, just from personal experience as someone who was involved in League of Legends very early on in the piece, took a bit of a break, had to come back. There's certainly a lot of catching up to do every time you sort of miss like 6 months or a year, especially a year. Once you miss a year and there's like the big, you know, end of year patch, whatever that may end up being, there's a whole lot to end up sort of catching back up on. And sometimes you jump back into the game and you really just feel like, man, I'm so far behind, even from where I used to be. And even once you get back to that point where you feel like, all right, maybe I'm as good as I once was, the rest of the level has kind of lifted above where you were at, right? As if you were, you know, let's say, for example, if you were Diamond back in Season 1.
Sure, let's say that.
You'd probably be Gold back, you know, a couple of years ago at this point now, because just the base level of the game has kind of improved so much, and I can imagine on the professional level as well, it's just gone leaps and bounds higher and higher, and it just becomes more and more difficult to play catch-up the more time you've been out of the game.
Yeah, 100%, right? And the latest additions being champions like Emilio, who have been released and instantly in the meta, right? Instantly at the forefront of competitive League of Legends. I mean, you have to constantly be paying attention, constantly watching, and constantly playing as well to actually stay up to date with all the things that are happening. Because like on that professional level, it's about deployments. Waves have changed, minions have changed. Perhaps that is a small detail for the average player, but could be a big deal.
Do you know what the biggest one that was, you know, an issue for me was the tower damage change, right? Because you have years and years and years of just what even, you know, you're not even thinking about it necessarily. It's like muscle memory, right, in a sense. And then you come back in and obviously sometimes you do a tower dive and it doesn't really work too well for you. But look, it's time for us to introduce our players. So let's go ahead and jump into what we're going to see from all of our players today.
Now, let us introduce the two teams from the League of Legends East Asia region of the Road to Asian Games 2022. Team MACAU China and Team China. Let's welcome top laners. Team MACAU China, Shu Yi. Team China, Cube. Junglers, Team MACAU China, NH. Team China, Hong. Main laners, Team MACAU China, Faith. Team China, Shanks. Bot laners, Team MACAU China, Ho99. Team China, Hope. Support, Team MACAU China, C-Line. Team China, Iwandi. The first match of day 1 is about to start. Summoners, let's wait and see.
All right, well, of course, Team MACAU China up against Team China to kick the day off. It is an absolute banger. It's going to be a big one. Though, with that in mind, Rusty, is it going to be a long one is probably the first question that I would have for you if we do want to start diving into the discussion around this matchup. I think, obviously, we've sort of poised this one as a bit of a David and Goliath matchup, and just looking at the names we're looking out there for Team China in particular, it's hard to imagine that this goes any further than Game 2.
Yeah, this is definitely one of those, like if you were to actually ask me how many games are we going to get, it's hard for me to say more than 2 just based off the matchup itself. Of course, we're all looking for that best of 3 to go the full distance to see exactly what Team MACAU China can provide for us, especially when we get into the game. But this is one of those situations where if I was to pick anything, Jordan, if there was one thing that I'm looking really forward to in this matchup, it is actually the mid lane competition. Because if you've watched the LPL and you know Team China competing in there as Team WE, Shanks is explosive. He works with Hung, who is also equally as explosive, a new player to the team, a new player to the organization, and has risen up and been kind of proven as an aggressive, wanting to make plays type of person. So him against Faith, who was competing in the PCS, is what I am looking forward to the most, because those two go head-to-head early. I think a lot happens early as a result.
I want to put you in the shoes of the MACAU China team coach, right? I want to see whether or not you can, can you tussle with the best? But if you had this kind of a situation, what do you think would be the option of choice? What kind of draft would you be going for? Would you try to be playing standard? Would you be maybe playing towards players' individual comfort champions? Because obviously it's a big task going ahead to play against Team China. So I don't know if playing super standard, especially into a team that we know likes playing standard, is going to work quite so well. Because if you both play standard and they just do it better, they're going to win.
Yeah, so there is a couple of things here that you'd initially look at, right? What are our comfortable champions? Like, what are our comfort picks? Is there something that we play that is not shared that makes it very easy for us to draft things that just we're comfortable with? Is there one tricks? Is there weird champions that they're never going to play, but also they don't understand, right? Like you have that faker fizz pick.
Right.
Things that no one else does that'll just occasionally happen that you're not prepared to deal with. Definitely another strategy that you could look at, of course, as we are getting the players on our screens and matching up. The first people that you did see was Cube and Zoe. I think that is going to be the least exciting lane for champions that we're going to get picked and what's going to actually happen there. I would love to see Team MACAU China do something explosive early, try and upset the balance of the game, and give themselves, a foothold to effectively fight that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, look, obviously towards the top lane in particular, it's always going to be one of those points of the map that you look towards for a bit of stability and a bit of control, and you don't necessarily expect too much explosiveness to be happening there when we sort of start to move down the map, especially now in this meta. I think obviously there's going to be a lot of priority put towards the bot lanes.
Yeah.
Mid and jungle kind of working in tandem and potentially even moving down into the bottom side of the map, especially early on. So, there's a lot to sort of think about here, and it's one of those situations, I think, where, again, if you're a team MACAU China, you kind of have to be coming in with tempered expectations. But if the opportunity does present itself, you can't walk in and say, look, give them too much respect, so to speak, right? You don't want to be avoiding making plays or playing a little bit too scared, a little bit too passive just because you don't know if you're going to be up to this task necessarily. You want to be sort of naturally flowing into the game and doing what you do best, and hopefully that's going to sort of lead you to a victory.
And you don't have the time to practice all of these new strategies or being creative or playing towards the way that Team China plays, perhaps if you're Team MACAU China. So this adaptability is not really present, right? It is 8 days of games, but that doesn't mean each individual region and group plays all 8 days. East Asia is going to be short and sharp, right? Yep. 4 teams competing, very quick, and so you just have to put your best foot forward immediately, which is why you dedicate the play style to being your style, not to beating what they do.
Yeah, play to your strengths rather than towards your opponent's weaknesses. And another thing that you do also sort of have to consider when you're playing in a format like this is that maybe it isn't necessarily about topping the group, maybe it isn't necessarily about beating Team China today. It could be about using this as a platform to boost into tomorrow and perform better against, for example, Chinese Taipei, who I would probably have pegged in this group as maybe the second-seeded team, the team that should probably finish in second place. And if you can do that, then that really upsets the rhythm of the group. So for MACAU China, I think that's definitely something that they'll be wanting to look forward to. And hopefully, if they have a decent game today, or if they can take some learnings from today, they can take that into tomorrow's match and use that as I said, a launching platform into potentially group upsetting result.
Yeah, and day one's about learning as well, right? Like ultimately, every team in this group's about to compete one time. Now everyone has a sample size. They can go home, they can watch the game back, they can see, is there a weakness in any of these teams that we can practice or we can look at and attack in the coming days. The first time that we get to see every single one of these regions competing does, of course, present a lot of opportunities for learning, as we are, in fact, into Game 1's draft phase.
Indeed, and so let's get into it. Obviously, this is what we've all been waiting for, and super excited to see what's going to be brought to the table, in particular by Team MACAU China. I think they're the unknown quantity. We probably have a little bit more of an informed opinion as to what we're going to get from Team China. Certainly going to be looking down towards the ADC role. Jinx seems to be a favorite for Hope. But let's kick things off with a couple of the bans. I mean, nothing too out of the ordinary so far. All of these are really high priority champions in the current meta. Zeri Yuumi taken away, and of course Nico on the other side. I think Nico's the highest pick ban rate champion at the moment, so it looks like Team China just does not want to deal with that.
And Nico well up there with Milio as well. Yuumi being taken away kind of limits the amount of Enchanter supports that are going to be available. Vi, I actually don't mind this ban, but usually you're picking Vi into something like a Zeri. So it makes you wonder exactly what they're looking towards as their AD carry pick here for Hope. And maybe it is that Jinx playstyle with the Zeri and the Yuumi already gone, and Milio being banned as well. Team MACAU China does not want to deal with these bottom lane champions.
Yeah, I mean, what does that lead us towards? Are we looking towards maybe a Lulu pickup on their side, or is it something like maybe they want to try to play towards a little bit more of an aggressive lane, some more engaged supports?
I think you're right on the money there. I think it is going to be closer towards more like a Leona or a Nautilus type support. And you can see the Draven ban here as well by Team China is a clear indicator perhaps that it could have been some kind of Draven Leona lane together. Something that is super aggressive, as they immediately slammed their MACAU.
Yeah, one of the interesting things I would say about Team China is that of any of the teams, I would imagine that they're going to be the one with the most resources to do scouting and try to sort of figure out opponents drafting prior to jumping into any of these games. So I'd expect maybe some target picks, target bans, something like that coming through from Team China, if from anyone. But even then, in a tournament like this, it's always going to be a little bit difficult in that respect to sort of be doing that super in-depth analysis, particularly for maybe a team like Team MACAU China, who, again, even for us, it's a little bit difficult to sort of see where a lot of these players have come from. So that said, you know, like I said, I think if anyone's going to be able to do it, it's probably going to be the resources of Team China. We do have the Jace, which is a fairly common go-to for Shanks. It's not really too much of a surprise coming through there. Nautilus as well up there in terms of the engaged supports of late. So sort of a bit of an evergreen support down in that bot lane ever since he found himself into that role. Seems to be a favourite.
An interesting thing here as well though is that Jace usually has to go mid. The way that Jace used to be is he was a top lane champion that could occasionally be flexed elsewhere. Jace is effectively just a mid lane champion presently, because there's a lot of things that can deal with him if he goes to a longer lane like top. It is admittedly much harder to gank a mid lane Jace, because he can just quite simply run away with the gate with his passive change of movement speed as well. But MACAU, very good at it, with having the guaranteed hit of the Twisted Advance. And Tristan are going to be the third pick here as well, for Faith presumably in mid. That is a dangerous duo.
Certainly. It's quite an explosive duo, for lack of a better word. Obviously, Tristana likes to get in there pretty early, likes to do a lot of damage, and tries to sort of snowball things a little bit, with the assistance, of course, of the MACAU. Should make for some pretty straightforward ganks, but then again, we still have yet to kind of see what that mid-jungle matchup is going to look like for Team China. So maybe there's going to be a bit of a threat coming through there. Gwen, the ban, so once again targeted towards the top lane, not wanting to see maybe a little bit of a semi-counter pick into that Cassante.
Yeah, a scaling carry as well as a magic damage option, I think, is the primary reason they choose to ban that away. I think a second ban here from Team China could even be looking towards things like a Rumble or a Gragas, right? Try and really limit down the AP champions that are up there. Malphite actually a very good ban as well for the exact same reasons. And is also very difficult to deal with for something like the Jason if you're going to go with Jinx or something like that as your low mobility AD carry.
See the Sejuani ban coming through, so targeting the jungle and the ADC role, but the issue is they have left Jinx open, and I think when Hope has the option to go towards Jinx, that is going to be a champion that will be pretty much insta-locked in. Once again, we've seen that proven the point, so Jinx and Nautilus down in the bot lane for Team China. Looks like a fairly formidable duo. Braum is the answer.
Okay, Braum. I mean, Braum very pickable into melee characters. You've got a Cassante, you've got a Nautilus that are going to be there as well. And Kennen actually going to be the last champion that goes with it. So we spoke about that magic damage being a necessity, but that is a Kennen picked and an immediate Janna as a response. So that puts the Nautilus into jungle, I believe. And the cool thing about Team China's draft is that in reality, the Jace and the Cassante were still flex right until the last second if you wanted Cube to play that Jace. He's much more of the facilitator for this team, so I can't say it's too surprising where they've ended up. I love this Janna option for really the express purpose of stopping a Kennen from existing. You might be able to deny resets from a Tristana. You're a very annoying champion to deal with as the Zarya in lane, potentially as well, throwing tornadoes out, but Braum can block it. So it's not necessarily one of those picks where like double range champions into a Braum lane, very tough to deal with for the Braum, full stop. So I really like the flexibility that they've just shown. We do know that Hung can play the Nautilus. I don't want to say that is too surprising. His debut game, this split in the LPL, was on the Nautilus. But this is a very nice draft from them to try and counteract you know, exactly what Team MACAU China did on the blue side.
Yeah, do you think that's really what this was all about? It was just more of Team China having a look at it and saying, okay, we're going to play a little bit more reactively with this draft rather than try to play towards our own strengths necessarily, and we'll see what you throw at us, and then how do we want to sort of look towards that and figure things out from there.
Yeah, it certainly feels like that. The one thing I will say though, and I think this is quite important to keep in mind, is that the magic damage of Team China is almost invisible. They don't really have any. It's going to be a Nautilus that holds it down. So if they fall behind, they run the potential of having very limited damage output. But for what it's worth, their opponents aren't full of tanks. There is a MACAU that can go tanky. There's a Braum that can Emax and be tanky as well, but the carries will still fall.
Yeah, double 80 carry setup as well for Team MACAU China. I think that's obviously something that Team China will have to be a little bit aware of, right, early on in the game. Bursting down some of these neutral objectives in the jungle, the Dragon, the Rift Herald tends to go a little bit quicker, particularly when those ADCs do start to scale into the game. But with that said, obviously, you'd expect Team China to sort of be all over that, right? They're going to be a really, really omnipresent team. They're going to know what's going on, and they're going to be feeling pretty comfortable. So I dare say it'll be a little bit difficult to get away with anything too sneaky here as Team MACAU China. But it does look like we are getting ready to get underway with game number 1 of the Road to Asia Games 2022. Jump onto the Summoner's Rift, and, well, we'll see how this is all going to play out.
Very exciting first game to kick us off here as well. Team MACAU China against Team China. A lovely little Janna pick 5th as well on the red side here for Team China to be very excited about, and I think definitely putting my attention more towards the bottom lane as the game starts is where a lot of that focus will be. But with that in mind, Zoe in top lane on that cannon, you can't give him an inch in this game, or he gets one good ultimate and suddenly team fights are all too easy for them to get.
Yeah, I suppose first point of contact to note here in this game is you've got deep wards on both sides towards the red buff. So both teams looking for a bit of early vision. And I1D just chilling in the bot lane bush to see whether or not there was going to be anything sneaky done by Team MACAU China, but...
Yeah, last year, both jungle champions were simply supports.
Yeah.
How quickly the game can change with that in mind. It was very early on. You mentioned those wards. I1D Hope do get to just start in lane. Both teams, all 4 players down in the bottom lane, just going to be starting here. And very important that a Braum and a Zarya does this. They don't lose lane control really quickly, because someone like I1D on this Janna is going to be relentless. You don't want to give them more space than they already have.
I mean, that's already really annoying when you're playing as an ADC to be starting and the very first tornado just hits you in the face. You know, you're starting to think, okay, well, this is just not going to be a fun lane at all. Up in the top lane, do we expect anything? Do we expect any magic really happening here? I mean, Cannon, of course, likes to push the issue a little bit, but tends to be that the top lane, you know, doesn't see too much fire at the moment.
Yeah, a couple of things here as well. Is like it's a volatile top lane. It's a fairly volatile mid lane as well, and it's also 2 very good ganking junglers. So I think the biggest thing you're going to see right now is push from Hope and I1D, trying to keep them busy. Jace has to be very careful. This opens up some potential options for MACAU against bottom, because there should be priority for this to start. And you can see it's very annoying.
Yeah, you can already see the difference being made down there in the bot lane. Hung looking for something a little bit sneaky here.
Straight to the red. Remember, he was spotted at his own red. They may not have expected him to pass red to red like this. NH is going to have no idea.
Well, it's going to be an unfortunate awakening for him right there as the hook does connect, and, well, he's pretty much a dead man unless he flashes over the wall, but in doing so, has to sacrifice his own red buff, and already now you're behind in jungle prio levels and experience and, well, really pretty much everything. It's early on in the piece, but we're seeing a gap already starting to be shown.
Sea Lion actually showing here to clear wards. Hung's about to find him. They know the Nautilus is there. Dangerous move. Hook hits.
This might force another flash. We'll see what I1D's going to do about it. No Ignite available. The Tornado does not go through, but a flash forced from both the jungler and from the support of Team MACAU China, and it's not really for much result in the end.
No, it is just going to be a red buff taken away, but the control they get in bottom lane, you can see this wave as well, and the size of it as it's about to crash. They have to direct some attention and support down here from the MACAU.
Yeah, Team China pushing their way forward. The door will go up. Hope under a bit of pressure right now. Uses the cleanse, but still doesn't quite get that last hit onto Sea Lion. And so first blood will actually in the end go the way of Team MACAU China. And I suppose that flips the script up a little bit. That was not what we expected.
No, the kill result perhaps not what we expected here. When all things are considered, though, you can look at the CS difference between both ADs. It is still something that's quite fine overall for Hope and I1D, but 3 Summoner Spells gone and the first blood given over. They'll be very happy with that if you're MACAU China.
Yeah, you just kind of get the sense, though, that Team China is trying to get on top of this game early. They're really trying to push the issue. Dare I say, even maybe disrespecting a little bit. They're playing very overly aggressive to try to bully Team MACAU China into submission.
Lots of aggression still happening mid as well. We'll watch the replay one more time here, and this is the forefront of really good tornadoes, the flash forwards, but the door is there, and NH was busy doing the Krugs, but just off getting that kill. One auto attack, that little extra exhaust that was there perhaps was enough, even though it was cleansed.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of fun in the jungle happening right here for Team MACAU China. As once again, you just have another visitor kind of popping in, saying hello. Uninvited guest, essentially, from Team China into the blue side jungle. Seeing some small advantages across the board.
Mid in particular is the place that, you look at the CS, you press tab, it doesn't feel like it's a significant advantage, but Shanks has really pushed this back onto Faith. Every time you look mid, he has control in the 1v1, right? He's keeping Faith at bay. Just like this, the extra pressure goes down. Doesn't give a chance for a counterplay, doesn't give a chance for a response. Very nicely handled in this mid lane. Bot lane, while the kill was there, the pressure still belonging to Team China as well, to be sure. And top, very much just business as usual. Stack that magic resistance, be a tanky boy if you are Cube. So my eyes still go to these junglers.
Every skill shot that's thrown from Team China pretty much is connecting at this point. And that's obviously a big problem for Team MACAU China. Suffering a lot of HP loss when you wouldn't ordinarily be expecting to be as low as you are. And both the bot lane and mid lane prio do give the opportunity here to Hong to start that dragon up.
And it seems like it is going to be completely uncontested here as well, like you just highlighted. That priority just going to be a bit too good for securing this one. Kind of look towards the next objectives. And one big question that I have as well here looking at both of these compositions is I guess in regards to scaling, because there's a lot of really nice things on MACAU China's side, right? The Cannon in team fights, the Tristana especially with 1-2 items disappearing and just hitting a turret and it's immediately gone. And the Xayah in late game team fights can do so much damage still.
Yep.
So I have a lot of things that I like about the composition overall, especially noting that Team China has very limited damage types, right? Being primarily physical. So that's where I think a lot of this comes down to, does MACAU China say we're scaling, it's okay? We have so many options late game for win conditions. Do we just chill? Do we just let the game happen? I don't think the Team China is going to let that happen.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, is that even, exactly like you say, something that is going to be allowed to them? And is it the right mentality to be coming into this game with, right? If you just sort of let the game play out, does it just eventually kind of get away from you? And you never end up scaling. I've had no shortage of games like that where you go in, you're like, yeah, we've got the late game composition. We just need to hit, 30 minutes, 25, 30 minutes. And by 15 minutes, it's quite obvious that the game is already over and it's just a matter of time. So something that you do sort of have to kind of be cognizant of and ensuring that you're not really falling behind too much. 2 CS, 3 CS gap in the top lane, nothing to really be too worried about. 10 to 15 maybe in the jungle is starting to creep up a little bit. Down in the bot lane, though, is where things are starting to become a little more problematic. And that's where, in 5 minutes' time, that difference is really going to start to be made by full item completions versus half item completions, that kind of thing.
And devastating that the first blood did in fact go over to NH instead of Hole in mid. As Jinx ultimate flies just past, just whisks past. Faith not going to receive that one, but the pressure from Team China is just a little bit too high, right? The Janna's rotated to mid for that play with the Jinx ultimate. Rift Arrow has already been started. Is definitely going their way, and NH is about to confirm this one. Level 6 is there from Zoe. But to get this playoff successful, you can see he immediately uses the Lightning Rush and says, we can't.
Yep. Well, the Rift Herald is going to be allowed to reset, so Team China maybe not so confident in finishing that one off. Down in the bot lane, it still continues to just be a farm lane for the most part. But that gap is still growing, and not to mention just the CS lead, there's also now the tower plates to kind of come into play as well. This will be the second one for Hope to pick up, so 175 gold in the back pocket straight up. It's a lot of money going over to the ADC.
And that's why it's also a great reason to disengage from that as a hook hits.
Indeed. Score does have to go up, cancels out the tornado. And here's the counter engage actually from Team MACAU China. They want to get into the thick of things right here. They do, in a sense, have the numbers. It's almost a 4-on-1 right there onto the Jace. But the problem is going to be when Cube arrives and starts to tank up the Storm. Is anyone there even to help him out right now? Team China are unable to gain an advantage. And to be quite honest with you, Rusty, it seems like it's Team MACAU China on the front foot.
It always looks that way with these skirmishes and how they're kind of panning out. But once again, if you pan back to bottom for a second and remember how much time has passed that a Jinx has just been winning that 1v1, Team China is still 1,000 gold ahead. They're still in control of this game, and another turret play potentially at risk of falling, right? The longer that they stay in this isolated situation. So really good from MACAU China to stop any kind of plays in a cross-map sense from China, but...
Uh-oh. See if this one is going to find the steal.
Not this time. Not this time.
Look, I mean, that's the first, I think, positive sign really for Team MACAU China. Picking up the Rift Herald, they get it for themselves. I mean, look, they got First Blood, but First Blood, I would make the argument, might have been off a bit of a misplay from Team China. In this case, it feels like MACAU China have at least found an advantage on the top side of the map.
They have the potential to have found an advantage, right?
Sure.
That's the thing about the Rift Herald is, until it is summoned, you don't know what it's actually going to provide, but at the very least, it stops Team China from finding anything. And so, lots of possibilities here for Team MACAU China. Hope and Ho also yet to actually get those resets off, as they've been sitting down here for such a long time, and there's going to be a lot of money in those pockets when they go back to base. That's probably the next big thing you can see from them as well. And where does that resource actually get placed? With a Drake up in less than a minute, I am surprised that they haven't got a base off from Hope.
Oh, this could be an awkward spot to find yourself in. It looks like, again, Team MACAU China want to be on the front foot. Faith jumps in on that Tristana and once again looks for some damage. Hope not quite finished off, and the same for the MACAU, both surviving. But again, the damage is certainly there for Team MACAU China. Nautilus Ultimate able to finish off one more. And in the end, it does turn out to be a 2-for-1 trade. Maybe 3-for-1, as Team China will walk away very happy. But it was a game of inches.
How many times are we going to say that in this game as well? Surviving with 10 HP, they flash away to safety. That happens repeatedly, and meanwhile, Hung just having the time of his life on this Nautilus, just throwing abilities off cooldown, stunning people, auto-attacking, living the absolute dream. Gets himself 2 kills, and the Jinx ultimate on that 1 health Jinx. Hope just barely surviving, ends up finding the 3rd kill for them. So dream situation for Team China of what looked really rough at the start of this one, and that's the key feature here, right? NH goes in, they find their target. Hope very much locked down, and devastating game state right now, but he survives. I wonder if flashes to have a sweeper to make sure there's no vision to secure him. The Jace ultimately gets targeted here as well, but at the cost of 2 people, and Hung had the absolute dream.
Yep. That fight could have gone a lot differently had had Faith on that Tristana been able to get some resets, but unfortunately not able to. At least not until a little bit too late in the fight. So setting something up right into the mid lane, try and get on top of Shanks on the Jace. He's able to just get himself out of there pretty comfortably in the end, and you're going to have to do better than that if you're Team MACAU China and you want to find a kill in mid.
I love the ideas though, right? I respect the proactivity, but at the end of the day, Team China were going to be nearby regardless, and they didn't feel comfortable enough to chase too far. Drake going to be secured here as well, very much uncontested by Team MACAU China. Just going to try and take away some jungle camps instead. And a very awkward game state now, I think, for Team MACAU China. You can feel the game starting to slip just a little bit, so close to getting these kills. Ooh.
Okay, Shanks is going to try to start something in mid, but the fact that NH is there is just going to push him away. We talked about the Rift Herald and how much value you're going to get out of that. In the end, it's really going to be a one-charge Rift Herald at best case, and so that doesn't really end up being a whole lot of a conversion for Team MACAU China.
You can see 72% of voters as well favouring Team China in this one. And so far playing out the exact way that the voters have opted towards. 3 members strong here of Team China. 4 members, in fact, working towards that bottom lane. Sea Lion sees them, but can they protect Hole? He was in a whole lot of trouble.
That is certainly one way to put it, and the fact that there's now a fourth member from Team China down here in the bot lane maybe does mean it's not just going to be one player down, it might be another as well. Sea-Lion is not getting out of there at all, tries to force the ult on the back end, but it would not have made a difference.
Not at all. Goes down with the ship, and unfortunately 2 members fall just like that. Faith going to try and push out as best he can, but a teleport's going to come in, deny any further advances, and the cannon teleports to top lane, not able to affect this play or help his team whatsoever. He was busy with the Cassante during this one. You can see how much pressure, how much damage they put down, right? Jay Shock Blast, Jinx hits the zap, and Hung just quite simply has to press ult. And that is it. 1 member gone, and Sea-Lion, unfortunately, you know, valiant attempt, tries to get there, recognizes that the play is happening, but falls down with him.
Yeah, it's one of those things here as well, when you see something like that happening, you're wondering what's happening on the other side of the map. Well, we'll hold that thought for the moment, because up in the top lane there might be some shenanigans going on with a bit of a rotation coming through from most of the players, actually. Zoe looking interested in maybe chucking a Slicing Maelstrom in there somewhere, but the angle hasn't quite presented itself just yet. Sea-Lion is going to be the point of contact, though, and Cube gets out of there, no problems at all.
Yeah, Cassante, when he hits that all-out mode, a little bit too much mobility. You can see now Team China's turn to go in the hook.
Yeah, Sea-Lion on the receiving end has to pop the door back up and back away. No kills just yet, but it's certainly looking better for Team China, and Sea-Lion is definitely looking like he's out of position. NH will eat the hook, and that'll be the turning point. Slicing Maelstrom will secure at least the 1. Hung down low as well. We finished off, and actually it ends up being a 2-for-0 trade, so Team MACAU China are tussling with the best.
Yeah, I mean, Team China flirting with death, and that's exactly what they'll find here in this skirmish. Well done by MACAU China. And that's with Zoe being immediately denied any kind of cannon ultimates from a Janna ult herself. So, very well played. Good little outcome on the skirmish. A turret going to drop here as well. Note that during all of this, still, Team China finding money everywhere they possibly can. Still with a 3,000 odd gold lead. And MACAU China not out of it. Constantly finding things. Still finding ways to be proactive.
I got to say, I respect it from Team MACAU China. If I had to be honest with you, I think I would have come in and said this is just going to be an absolute walkover, but it has been anything but. And once again, another little bit of a tricky play from Team MACAU China. Looks like it might catch Shanks off guard.
He's so quick.
He is indeed, and he'll have the backup of Hong, who is now going to try to turn this one back on its head. No flash available for that Nautilus, so the hook doesn't connect. And with that, Team MACAU China walk away unscathed. If a little disappointed they didn't get the finishing blow onto Shanks.
I think they would have been happy to get that hook to connect. But we watch this replay one more time. It is quite simply Hung going for all of these hooks. Now, the big thing here is that NH intentionally tanks this one, says, I will take it. Cannon goes in, immediately monsooned out, but the damage was done, right? The Braum passive is the real star of the show in this skirmish. And that's why Braum is just such a prolifically powerful pick with something like a Tristana in mid lane. Cannon can auto-attack as well in team fights with that lightning rush up. And Zaya auto-attacking as well. So Braum stuns happen often and just makes a team composition so much better.
One of the other big issues for Team MACAU China at the moment is that they are losing turrets across the board. They've lost all of their first turrets. And that does start to diminish a bit of your map control. They've only really traded 1 back so far. You see the lane swap down from Cube down into the bot lane now. So he's just been given that freedom to do what he wants, essentially. Whereas Team MACAU China, it kind of feels like they do have to play a little bit more of this Wolfpack style, working together, trying to get those Braum stuns, trying to capitalize on the engages from the Maokai. And Team China, a little bit more split pick, doing what they want all over the place. Here's another potential engage from Team China as that hook does connect and TP starts to come through as well. Sui will eat the Nautilus ultimate, but it doesn't really do too much.
Again, just tiptoeing, just looking, right? Just edging around it, seeing if they can find their engages. But not being quite able to find them, so the fight will continue.
A couple of the big disengage ultis getting popped in that last fight, though. We do have Maokai and Braum both on cooldown. And Team MACAU China just pushed out of the area, which once again is going to give another free dragon over to Team China. It'll be their 3rd, and they are now on Ocean Soul points. In the meanwhile, Faith has been given the opportunity to do a bit of free farm up in the top lane, which is always going to be nice as a Tristana. Scale into the game pretty nicely with the extra gold that you're going to be grabbing.
A very good win condition here as another hook connects.
Yeah, see, Lion, I'm not sure you're going to be getting out of this one too easily, as we do just see the Gale Force get popped through, and Hope is able to finish things off pretty comfortably in the end. That is a little bit too easy. Those are 2 kills that you can't afford to be giving up at this point in the game.
Yeah, and at the same time, the Herald gets summoned, right? Another hook connect as well.
I just don't think China is going to be slowing down at all here. They want to try to continue to push the issue. They've got the Rift Herald popped. They've taken down 1 tower. They're going to be looking for the inhibitor. They might even grab another charge of that Rift Herald, but they do decide to play it safe. And while the Rift Herald will indeed charge, it will be for no result in the end, as the inhibitor is safe for now.
Yep, and once again we see this vibe. Braum just gets completely locked down. Gale Force, of course, over the wall will secure that one. Hope gets all of his mana back, but he's also excited. Has that lethal tempo procced and just does so much damage. There really is no way to win that 1v1 if you are whole right now. And it's been that way since the beginning of the game, right? 208 CS, 19 minutes in, just cresting over to 20. So far ahead, and has been absolutely having the time of his life in moments.
Yeah, if you had any hope for Team MACAU China, I think you just have to look towards the 5-1-1 Jinx with the 200 CS and start to wonder if maybe your hope is a little bit misplaced. It should be there for the ADC of Team China. Pardon the pun. And up to 83% on the live win percent tracker. I might even put that above 90% myself, but maybe it's just scaling into it still.
Cube hunting. Cube really hunting.
Indeed. And Hope is just not going to be able to get out of there alive, not even as a Xayah. Ultimate was not available. Ghost was popped. Flash was not. But would it really have made a difference?
There was no wall to flash over, so I think might have just been chased down. Team China right now looking towards the Baron buff. They're going to start this one on Vision. I don't think they particularly mind feeling strong enough without Hole around on this Xayah pick. Look at the cannon. That is the only person that you could really look at right now to try and kick this off, but Ajana simply exists.
Well, here we go. Team MACAU China. This is going to be the last ditch attempt. It's the fight at the 11th hour. There it is. The Slicing Maelstrom does a bit of damage, but again, there's just not enough there, unfortunately, for Team MACAU China, and the wipe is more or less in. 1 kill goes over to Faith, and Team China secure Baron. They secure the fight win, and moments away from securing game win in game 1.
Yeah, this 1-for-3 trade, remember that it is effectively a 1-for-4 with the Xayah only just respawning after the play is said and done. Baron secured, and if it comes to it in 2 minutes time, there will be an Ocean Soul there for Team China. 8, 1, and 2. 3 completed items is the scoreline for Hope on this Jinx, and an absolute monster effort from him in this game, but is so supported by his team. The cannon goes in, but is not damaging anyone that really needs to be stunned, is just putting damage out, and everyone just folds. It's just so much damage so quickly here by Team China.
Yeah, it is one of those fights where you look at it and you say, if Team MACAU China was in a little bit of a better position, maybe there was something there, but the fact that they're just so far behind does render most of that damage ineffective, and Tui caught in the top lane, trying to save NH, was actually able to save him, but ultimately gives up his own life, and it's probably not worth it in that respect either way. If one of them goes down, game's pretty much over at this point. Baron buff for Team China, just shoving down the top lane, looking for that top inhib. And Hong, he's not stopping, he's just walking forward.
He's unstoppable for sure. Hope going as well, looking for another.
Why not? At this point, might as well just have a fun game. And that's exactly what this is now for Team China. They are so far ahead. Top lane inhib goes down, mid lane inhib soon to follow.
I think they're just going to go for the end of the game here as well. MACAU China have no choice but to fight. Right now, it is all over.
It is indeed. There's a little bit of an attempt coming through here for Team MACAU China to try to save themselves. The MACAU ultimate connecting, but those rockets from Jinx are doing so much damage. The Nexus is now open. Cannon in the backline blown up. Sea Lion will have to cower away in the fountain with the door up, and it will only be a couple of surviving members for Team MACAU China, but the game is done. It is Team China that pick up the victory in Game 1 of the Road to Asian Games 2022. And Rusty, at the end of the day, is there any surprise?
I mean, the result itself, you wouldn't say is too surprising for Game 1 of this best of 3, to be sure. I mean, Team China stepped up. They did very well. They played very aggressively for what it's worth, right? When the fights actually started early, they were really pushing their luck They were trying to find skirmishes here and there, but Team MACAU China just couldn't get those kills.
Indeed, and it sort of felt like a slow burn. I mean, there was a couple of instances maybe where there was some hope coming through for Team MACAU China. I thought initially, obviously, that first blood going their way. Again, even though the circumstances didn't necessarily look so favourable for them, they did get the first blood, so you think, okay, that's good. Up in the top lane, they did a bit of good work there as well, and sort of did manage to get Sui on that cannon ahead in a sense, but ultimately, you know, when you're talking about these individual moments, they are sort of few and far between, and they're just not enough to make up for the overall macro play that Team China was able to show on both sides of the map. You know, you lose a little bit there up in the top lane, but down in the bot lane, you're gaining so much, and ultimately that's too much to come back from.
Exactly. It was a really cool little piece of play to watch from Team China, right? It looked like they were just kind of dipping their toes in the water. Is this a viable idea? Like, is this a strategy that, like, do we commit to the Rift Herald? Do we back away from the Rift Herald? And they do back away, but then they come back. And then they just keep it entertained for like a minute and a half. Meanwhile, winning in the bottom lane, pushing in plates, getting waves, getting turrets, and getting advantages is hope on this Jinx. And at a certain point, you know, you go back to base, you buy a full mythic item, you're just going to be a little bit stronger than that of anyone else on the Rift, and you can see the difference that made for Team China.
Yeah, look, it's always going to be a bit of an issue. We can take a look at the draft here once again, and you know, I can sort of pick your brain on maybe whether you would like to see some changes come through here. But ultimately, you know, the first sort of port of call, of course, was the Jinx. That seemed to be sort of the biggest pain point for Team MACAU China. The issue I find there is like, okay, yeah, sure, let's say we ban away Jinx for whatever reason. An ADC is an ADC at the end of the day, and I feel like Hope can kind of get it done regardless.
Yeah, for me, right, looking at this draft, the number one thing that you would be changing coming into the second game has to be that bottom lane. I really feel like that Nautilus jungle flex just threw MACAU China for a loop in its entirety, because they had the red side, they had the 5th pick of the Janna, denies the cannon, is a ranged champion that has a really good lane into Braum as well, and was kind of like the 2-for-1 special in terms of singular picks for Team China. So that pick is something that you have to address. I don't think it's like you don't go to the next game like, man, Janna. Janna's the issue. No. It was definitely more of a like change your own draft to think about that. The Xayah pick could be a different champion as well, but so could the Braum. I think that was a possibility that Braum could be something else that could just add a bit more to the team. Alternatively, a utility mid laner, something that can roam towards bottom if you're going to play this Braum style champion and actually be more aggressive.
Yeah, certainly a few options, but again, the issue is obviously going to be what is Team China going to bring to the table as well. You know, are they going to just have an answer for everything? Because it sort of feels like that's the caliber of team that they should be coming into this kind of a competition. If you know, if they're in a situation where they are maybe a little bit surprised by a pick, you know, maybe they're not necessarily expecting a Tristana mid or a Braum bot or something like that. You know, I don't think that that's necessarily going to phase them too much, right? They're a very experienced roster. They've got good coaching staff. They compete in the LPL, and they have a lot of experience across the board. So it sort of feels like they should really be ready for pretty much any scenario.
I mean, 100%, they'll be ready. That's why I think the biggest changes have to be adapting yourself, right? You're not going to be adapting for your opponents. If they counter you, that's where you're at in the draft. But you can definitely shape up a lot of things yourself. So like the Xayah Tristana 2-3 could just be a bottom lane. I don't think you need to reveal the Tristana in that rotation unless you're really afraid of Team China for picking that one in. Of course, we don't know exactly which sides they're going to be on just yet, so that can kind of skew a little bit of the draft.
Yep.
And that first pick of the MACAU, I think, could also be, you know, a Cassante, could be a Jace, could be something a little bit more flexible.
Bit safe and bit more, yeah, as you say, flexible. The other sort of point that I wanted to bring up and touch on there was, of course, the early invade from Hong, being able to get into that red buff so early and so free. That sort of seemed like maybe the first sort of domino to fall, right?
Yeah.
Once you tip that first domino, that then compounds into the bot lane sort of shenanigans that we did get to see, just because the Team China had so many members down towards that bottom side of the map. They were already getting the advantage there. They'd forced the jungler out. That's where Hong can now start to have a bit of a look down there as well. And so, you know, if this is going to be a situation where Team MACAU China is going back and looking at that game, maybe the first thing that you do have to take a look at and try to rectify is either the vision control or just being a little bit more generally ready for an invade to come through when you're playing against a team that is on paper so much more experienced and in theory, quote-unquote, stronger than you.
Yeah, and there was vision there early as well, right? So they actually had knowledge that the Nautilus was at his own red buff. So they saw Hung and they're like, well, he's not coming down here. He's doing his full clear towards top side, right? It's a cannon lane. Be careful. He's going to gank you. Goes to the enemy red buff, makes the play happen. Ends up being a really influential bot play as well. A lot of positives here for Team China.
Yeah, indeed. So they've got a lot to think about, Team MACAU China. I mean, we've gone through the draft, we've gone through the early game. I suppose when it comes to things like the mid game, it sort of felt like there wasn't really a whole lot on offer for them at that point once they got into the mid-game, right? They were already a little bit behind and they were having to play based on what Team China was doing.
Yeah, they're also kind of, like, a lot of the skirmishes were taking place in a very front-to-back way. There wasn't a lot of flanks that were happening. Most of it was happening at a clear objective. It was a team grouped as 5. And it felt very... The word isn't necessarily obvious, but it was quite obvious, right, for both teams when they're going head-to-head how this is playing out. If the cannon's not flanking, then the Janna gets to stand in the perfect position and protect the ADC regardless. And so little things like that as well could be potentially addressed between games in this series. I think that there's hope in Team MACAU China. He's, of course, in Team China.
It's going to get us
You
all
got
day
me
long.
started with the now I can't unhear the hope puns. There is hope there. There was a lot of positives, but they just couldn't convert.
Yeah, I agree. I think when I come away from this game, I actually do come away positively in mind for Team MACAU China, right? Like I was saying during the game, I was looking at the teams on paper and I was looking at their relative strength coming into the Road to Asia Games 2022, and I thought, this is liable to just be a quick, clean, easy 2-0 for Team China, and like maybe in the vein of 20-minute games, which it ultimately didn't really end up feeling like until maybe 15 minutes into that game, 10 to 15 minutes. Like we were saying, there was definitely some positive moments and individual moments for Team MACAU China, and so, again, I'm probably not like going into this next game and saying, well, I think Team MACAU China can win it, but it's not as if I think this is going to be the complete whitewash that we sort of thought it was, and we're not going to see maybe a perfect game out of Team China or something like that.
No, I don't think we'll see a perfect game out of them as well. They do love to be hyper aggressive, right? You have to keep in mind young, gank-oriented, gank-minded players on the side of Team China as well. I think they're going to try and really push the tempo. So this is why picks like Braum can have a lot of value and it can be quite good for a team. So you just have to be ready to expect the aggression, but to be able to catch them when they're being too aggressive, know what those limits are, and actually be able to punish. And I think that was, one of the key failings here for them, because we're not expecting this 20-minute perfect game come the second game, but we do want to see those attempts be actual conversions. We do want to see a more even playing field here as well in the second one, and those glimpses of what's to potentially become of Team MACAU China see realized from the coaching staff, perhaps between these games.
What do you think is maybe the conversation happening within the Team China camp right now? Because I don't think that was like the perfect game by any means. And if you're Team China coming into this, I think there is this level of expectation and this, a certain level that you kind of have to be hitting when you're coming into a tournament like this. Yeah. Was that the level that we expect them to be hitting? Or are they having a bit of a chat in the background and saying, hey, you know what? We probably can do a little better than that.
I feel like they're just going to go backstage and high-five Hope. Just very, very well done, mate. Well done. You've played well. Good team fights. No one got onto you. I think he will be quietly high-fiving his support here as well in I1D and saying very good Janna ultimates, because they were always immediate if the cannon was in the play. And you can see, again, a lot of the highlights that are now on your screen. A lot of fantastic team fights that happened back and forth. But throughout this early game, as you'll see from a lot of these skirmishes, realistically, they were just one-for-one trades.
Yep.
I think it was just teams not being overly committed to these fights.
Yeah, I wonder if the game changes up a little bit if maybe Team MACAU China was able to win that fight around the first dragon. Certainly things were like snowballing a little bit out of control down in the bot lane in particular. It sort of felt like top was pretty okay. Mid was maybe slightly behind, but close enough to even. But you really did sort of see the cracks come through in the bot lane, and especially here, this is when things really just... I mean, if they weren't already out of control, this is where things did start to completely snowball, and you lost the bot tower. You lose both your support and your ADC, and obviously a couple more kills go over to Hope on that Jinx. And again, this is another fight where he really popped off. Great use of the Gale Force, get that kill secured over the red buff wall, and just basically solos Ho under the tower there on the Xayah. And there's just nothing you can really do once the Jinx is that fed, that strong, because they become a formidable force in themselves and almost don't even need the assistance of the rest of the team sometimes.
The Super Mega Death Rocket, as you saw, definitely found its mark. You can see that reflected through the damage to champions in that game as well. Shanks definitely did his job. He was poking left, right, and center with those gate shock blasts, but when all said and done, Hope had an absolute blinder. He had a fantastic game. They didn't even need to get to the Ocean Soul that they were threatening. They had all of the control of the Drakes. And Team MACAU China, we're throwing them a bone between games in this series, but the reality is they got one turret, one Rift Herald, and they only got 5 kills. That could have been way more, but they only got those 5 kills. And they were effectively shut out here by Team China. So this second game, a little bit of exploring in the draft phase before even they get into the game is going to be a requirement.
Yeah.
5 times the damage, by the way.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Just take a look at the difference between the bot lane damage dealers. MVP, of course, there was no question, really. We've already been talking about Hope. It pretty much had to be him. 11, 1, and 3 on the Jinx there. And, 88% KP is pretty damn solid as well. I was taking a look at that goal graph on the previous graphic, and you could kind of see it was like reasonably stable up to about 8 minutes or so. But then obviously it just turns into a bit of a ski slope and kind of, scales across into the late game. So it kind of ties into what I was talking about a little bit in that post-match where I was saying, it didn't feel so out of the realms of possibility for Team MACAU China. I think, if you're watching it, everyone knows Team China was going to win. It seemed like it was slowly going in that direction. But Team MACAU China, they were kind of keeping it interesting. And obviously that's a good positive sign. But, we do obviously still have some reservations about their ability to force this series through to a Game 3.
And I will say as well, for Hope being the MVP, it's very easy to be an MVP as an AD carry when your whole team supports you perfectly, right? He had the tanks in front of him. He had the Janna supporting him endlessly. And all of the damage that was also being done by the Jace is just poke damage. So who's going to come along and collect those kills with the Super Mega Death Rocket? It is probably going to be Hope on that Jinx. So, again, played well, but definitely had the team supporting him. For the MVP.
I do love the fact that, in a sense, he kind of has, 2 supports. He's got the Nautilus, he's got the Janna there. It doesn't really matter whether they're in the jungle or in the support role. They're kind of filling the same role once they get into the mid-game and just setting things up right there for Hope. But, hey, obviously a fantastic game played and no questions asked. You can't go past him as the MVP for game number 1. Will we see anything really change up here for game 2? I have to say I hope so for Team MACAU China. I think obviously when the draft is discussed, we sort of saw a little bit of an advantage even early on in the piece come through there for Team China when they did kind of get that sneaky Janna pick right on the back end, and that throws a bit of a curveball in for Team MACAU China. So it's one of those situations where you don't really want to be having to deal with something that maybe you haven't prepared for when you're going into what probably would be, like on paper, your most difficult match of the Road to Asian Games 2022.
Yeah, you want to bring something different out, and as well for me, like the thing is, like Cube had a very quiet game, didn't really have to do anything. I think overall that was it was a 4v4 type of game, so there is always the realms of possibility that MACAU bring in their top laner into the team fights. I would still prefer that their mid laner was some kind of utility, transitional mid lane champion. I'm still right now the global meta has a lot more Aries running around, a lot more of that style of champion. Annie, another one. Yep. So I wouldn't be mad at seeing them go towards that style of gameplay as well. But as far as we know, Faith may well be this Tristana style player. He may well just be this Tristana player. And that's something that Team MACAU China now have to build their strategy around.
Yeah, it is an interesting sort of discussion as well around the veto process actually there from Team MACAU China, because initially we saw the Zeri ban, we saw the Milio ban come through from them as well. And they seem to kind of be targeting the bans towards the bot lane. And I think if you're going to do that, you obviously have a plan in mind, or you have some sort of something that you want to bring to the table, but ultimately that was actually the lane that kind of let them down a little bit. So I do just sort of wonder, if we're going to continue to see bot lane focus from Team MACAU China, are they going to continue to sort of prioritize that in the draft? Or, do we maybe see, okay, let's try to find a favorable matchup in mid or a favorable matchup in top and sort of play through that side of the map?
It's true, because you don't really ban Zeri, Yuumi, Milio to pick Xayah, Braum.
Right.
It's not exactly your standard response to a lot of meta bans, especially when things like the Lucian, Nami, and whatnot are still available and still definitely pickable. So, yeah, I do think that that's something they could consider. And if your mid laner is a Triss player, I get it. I get the Braum. I get trying to facilitate him, but you need to have a winning lane first to be able to leave that lane. And Maokai Braum, to me, is not the optimal duo. They're actually quite solid at skirmishing, and those stun combos. The level 1's actually quite good as well. For me, it starts with that vision, starts with level 1, transitions into how do we play around the map in the early game? Do we protect our star in mid lane? Because let's not forget that, as far as I'm concerned, Faith is the carry of this team, so I'm not upset that he's playing those carry champions, but we have to enable that.
Yeah, maybe you do have to sort of look towards a little bit more of an aggressive jungler. I think Vi obviously banned out early, could have been a little bit of a curveball as well, something that's quite a high priority pick at this point, so Team China taking that one away. And look, even in that case, right, a Vi, you can get a little bit deeper into the fights in the late game. You can jump right on top of that Jinx. I don't know how much that's really going to do for you, because chances are you probably do just get blown up straight after jumping in there with the Vi ultimate, but at least maybe you can get on top of the Jinx, whereas it looked like in this case it was very difficult even for Team MACAU China to kind of get close. MACAU ultimate instantly gets cleansed straight up. You know, Jinx is off to the races, no worries at all. So, yeah, bit of an issue there maybe for Team MACAU China. But yeah, as we've said, lots to think about for them. And, you know, it's been a little while now since the end of Game 1, and hopefully they've used all of this time that we've basically just been chatting to kind of go through all of these things themselves and think about what are we actually going to bring to the table in this next game, because it's a tough ask.
Hopefully they're saying something even more meaningful than we are backstage, right? And they come through and they find that strategy. The other thing that I also thought about was the Draven ban in the first 3. So NiKo, Vi, Draven. Draven very clearly is a target ban, where the other 2 could be considered more meta.
Yep.
You know, Vi, Wukong, etc. are still very good junglers. The Draven ban, Draven also quite good with Braum. Maybe that's a very specific ban here away from Hole that is not going to have the Draven pick, and suddenly he has to default to Xayah, right? Like, you have to remember that this is a team that's been kind of put together for this event. We don't know how much time they've spent practicing, and he, as far as we know, could be a Draven player almost exclusively, and has to default to the Xayah if the Draven's not available. If that's the case, that would make a lot of sense why it's in the first 3 bans here, and really limit the champion pool for Team MACAU China.
The other thing you have to kind of consider as well is that this is all data and information that's getting fed over to the rest of this group as well. So, you know, if you're right maybe in your assumption or your discussion point that Faith is, you know, a Tristana player and Draven's maybe getting put down towards the bot lane, that is information that we're going to be sort of bringing up again tomorrow or thinking about tomorrow. And, you know, in theory, if those are the kinds of pocket picks that you want to be going for, or if indeed you want to be going for pocket comfort picks at all, generally speaking, you want to get the value out of that early on, because once people get the information coming through, then it might be more difficult to get away with that kind of thing.
Exactly right.
But either way, it looks like we are pretty much ready to get underway with Game 2 between Team MACAU China and Team China here at the Road to Asian Games 2022. Game 1, a fairly dominant victory from Team China, I think it's fair to say. And we've been theorizing as to what can Team MACAU China do to shake up the status quo. Can they throw a curveball in the mix here, or have they already thrown those curveballs and it didn't necessarily work? We're going to get the answer to all those questions in just a second, and well, hopefully for that team there on your screens, they are going to be able to pose a bit more of a threat in Game 2.
And for me, that is the last remaining thing that we are yet to ponder is, did they just try and throw something different into the mix in Game number 1, and did they just go back to meta, right? Do they go back to standard? Because the one thing we know about Team China is that they can do standard really well. They have got, you know, a mid-jungle focus. They've got a hard carry that they scale down in bottom lane. They did that very successfully in Game number 1. We'll see if they can do that again in Game 2.
All right, well, first thing I can tell you straight away is that we do have the exact same ban order coming through initially. We've got Zeri taken away, NiKo taken away. That was all fair in love and war, essentially, for these two teams. Milio taken away again. It's pretty much the same kind of veto process that we saw initially.
And it looks like it is also going to be blue and red side identical to that last game as well. So Milio going to be the second ban here. That was the third one in their first draft phase. Yuumi is going to be the third option you would expect from them, unless they want to mix it up in that ban. And Vi as well. Makes a lot of sense. So my question here, right, is if we assume that the bans go the exact same, is the Maokai still a slammable first? Now that you know that Hong can play the Nautilus and you effectively operate the same way, and the answer to that is let's change up our ban phase before we even get there. Aphelios going to be taken away instead of the Yuumi, which does leave that up.
Yep. Aphelios was banned last game, but it was in the second rotation. So what's the response going to be from Team China? Just get rid of Yuumi. So
leaves open the Draven though.
It does. That's the only real sticking point here, I suppose, out of the initial discussions. NiKo gone, Vi gone, Zeri, Yuumi both gone. That was very much the same as Game 1. Jace taken away by, you would presume, by Faith to go into Shanks in the mid lane.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you know, have a crack, see what you can do. Bit more of a standard pick than the Tristana.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, Jace is just a good pick all around. All around in the sense that he's very good in mid lane, and not a lot of lanes actually handle him or can deal with him quite well. However, Team China on the other side here, very easy to see that the Maokai is something that they can then pick for themselves. Very high priority towards this pick themselves, and the Cassante goes immediately with it. You would expect to be locked in there. And very dangerous duo straight out of the gate here, right? That's a top laner and that's a jungler that is cemented as super powerful. demanding respect, and the K'Sante can get backline access very easily. The MACAU can set up these plays with flank ultimates that slowly force you into positions that could work really nicely for the rest of Team China.
Yeah, so what do you do here as Team MACAU China, right? You've already seen the top lane pick. We saw last draft the K'Sante picked by Team China, and then instantly in the next ban phase they got rid of the Gwen, so maybe is that an option? Is that something that Team MACAU China wants to go towards, or are they going to leave the top pick for after another couple of bans?
I mean, this is definitely an AP top laner once again of a requirement here from Team MACAU China, so you could even consider the Gwen in the first 3, right? You could for sure. Gragas to me is the very logical choice out of all of them, because you can play AP-oriented Gragas in top lane. You can play it in mid lane as well if you need to put that Jace top. So I like this draft a lot more from Team MACAU China. This makes a whole lot more sense to me.
Bit more standard?
Yeah, very standard, very meta. And now from this position, they get to pick what is in their minds a favorite. Have we just got nameplate switched, man?
It sort of feels like maybe that might be the case. Shanks opting for the Trist. I suppose, you can flex that mid and bot, which does give that element of doubt to Team MACAU China.
God, that would be funny if I'm saying this is standard and that's because they've switched.
They've switched and they've just, yeah.
I mean, Trist is good. Trist can be really good. It's one of those lanes where Shanks just had such a strong handle on Faith in the 1v1, and any kind of jungler gank attempts were just completely gone. But it was also one of those situations where the Nautilus had put the MACAU so far down it was hard to be successful, especially if Hung was there to get those counter games off. And I think this Nautilus ban confirms which side of the map he is on, and nameplate are in fact working.
That's good. That's a good sign.
The Nautilus is taken away. Ricard and Lulu, I think, very good responses here, however, from Team China, getting rid of those enchanters. And with the Jinx gone, Aphelios already gone, and Trist picked. Not a bad decision to look towards a bottom lane champion right here and kind of make a strong lane for yourself.
Okay. Lucian picked up, so that pretty much locks in. Well, I mean, does it lock in Tristana in mid? Or are we likely to still see Lucian in the mid lane at some point?
No, this basically confirms that Lucian's going to be AD carry. Waiting to see what goes with it, however. We've seen Lucian with most of those enchanters that are banned away. One of the remaining options is the Yuumi. As an Ezreal, Nami gets picked in to deny the only other enchanter that goes with it. Interesting response here from MACAU China. Instead of saying, you take it and we'll do something better. This is one of those funny situations, Elfish Sky, where we often don't want to take away the Nami and you would rather have a strong lane yourself.
Yeah.
Now you've taken it away. You've actually opened the floor to the response to a Nami steal, which is the Sona. Janna Sona from iWandy.
It is a very interesting, it's always one of those interesting discussion points, right? Because even in the last draft, we were kind of saying, this is, okay, it was a bit weird maybe from Team MACAU China, but Team China playing very, very standard. And then in that 5th pick, they go for the Janna. Again, in this case, it was looking pretty standard across the board, and then boom, out comes the Sona, out comes an Ezreal Nami bot lane right on the back end of the draft, and we throw caution to the wind. A lot of poke options in this composition though for Team MACAU China, so if they can find a way to get ahead early, the Jace and the Ezreal, especially with the Nami buffs as well, are going to start to become a little bit annoying, let's just say, depending on how strong they are. They can get really annoying or just really oppressive. And some shorter range champions coming through for Team China, especially earlier on in the game before the Tristana really starts to ramp up. That could definitely be an avenue of attack for Team MACAU China. I want to see what they're going to be able to bring to the table, but I think they have to be leading from the front of this game.
Yeah, they would definitely want to generate those leads. I mean, right now you're looking at, like you said, a very good poke-oriented composition, but they also have pretty good mobility with that Ezreal putting down damage. The Wukong and the Gragas can find really good engage angles themselves as well with the Cask and the Cyclone. So they've got tools, more than just poke. I think it's about throwing the Jace, throwing the Ezreal at them early, and then finding the engage after once you whittle their health bars down just a little bit. But the natural enemy to that poke is a Sona that exists on the other team. And iWandy is going to be sitting there with Sona just W mashing. And your poke is not going to be as meaningful unless you can convert that into something else. The longer that poke exists, and you miss a skill shot, suddenly they're back to full health.
Yeah, I mean, as far as engage options as well for Team MACAU China, I'm not going to say it's limited necessarily, because that's not, I don't think, a fair thing to say, but Wukong, Gragas sometimes can feel like they're not the easiest to get the perfect engage with. They're not like a point and click, you know, they're not a Vi, for example. You're not just going to get right on top of the person that you want to, so you do need to be working through that a little bit as well. So let's see how this one works out. Obviously, we do still have a lot of questions as we jump into Game 2 of Road to Asia Games 2022. It is Team Macau China up against Team China, and currently the scoreline Team China 1, Team Macau China 0. And, well, Team Macau China hoping to fight for their lives in this series, in this game. And already, hasn't started ideally. Hope going to have to take a base and might even be cancelled on that.
Yeah, Rico going to be cancelled there. Has got the Nami nearby, can start W if required anyway, and we'll just go back to base. Talking about this lane as well, Lucian's gone for press the attack. So it's not going to be the first strike. It's going to be very high single target damage. Also has the Ignite himself. So instead of going for, you know, a cleanse or an exhaust, a heal, the Sona takes the heal, he goes for the Ignite. Lucian in this lane is the one dashing forwards. So that makes a lot of sense. And this is also one of those lanes where if you're not super careful as Sea Lion, you're done. You just get engaged on and you are absolutely taken out by damage, right? There's no crowd control that's going to be an issue in a Lucian and a Sona lane, but bubbles can be dodged. Your health bar can hit 0 instantly, especially at level 6.
Yeah, that's going to be the turning point, especially for this bot lane, if it doesn't already start to fall out of control. Team China, good early start, you know, just sit inside that bush, get a bit of free damage across, force the pot already to get popped by Sea Lion, and it puts you behind already. They've got the advantage in terms of the creep wave as well, so could see Hope and Iwandi looking for an early level 2 engagement, but maybe just a little bit over-eager on that exchange.
Yeah, trying to get some damage down before they actually procced over to level 2. Maybe they had kill threat, but they missed the dash forwards. Not quite after the trade that they were looking for. Quick check-in as well with these junglers. NH is going to try and dodge Vision, dodges his Raptor camp, and you can see that Hung is going to ping on my way to that. So it's going to be a bit of vertical jungling, perhaps an extra camp in advantage here for the MACAU and for Team China. And that moves him towards the bottom side of the map as well, and this is a place with action.
Yeah, it is going to be a messy lane. Both of the supports very, very squishy. I mean, what you were saying, of course, about Nami being able to get blown up there, Sea Lion needing to be careful. I think, you know, you can say the same thing really about Iwandi. If a bubble connects onto a Sona, yeah, well, I suppose maybe you can get away with being behind some creep waves and stuff like that, make it a bit more difficult for the Ezreal to convert upon that damage, but obviously Sona a very, very squishy champion as well, and up in the top lane we get to see some early action. Cube might be forced to flash, but even if he does, will he get away? One last auto would have been nice, but NH cannot get that through. And Cube once again just playing those limits.
And NH as well, not sure on the cooldowns of Zoe. Just tanks 2 turret shots to say, if you want to go for this blood, I've got your back. But they're not going to be able to convert on that one. Bubble gets missed in the bottom lane as well. Ignite down.
Oh, that's not looking good for Ho. He's low, ticking away and burns to a crisp in the end. First blood this time will go the way of Team China. And I'd say maybe second blood will follow it fairly shortly because Hung has come down in this direction. Sea Lion isolated, does have the flash, but I'm not sure how much room that's going to provide for you when you're stuck under tower, and does not even opt to use it, which is fair enough in my opinion.
And perfect aggro switch there as well. Iwandi tanks it up on the Sona, hits the DPS to kick this one off. You'll see the replay one more time. This first kill that goes on the hole, I feel like they were looking at Sea Lion and he just steps forward thinking, I'll get a press the attack proc, and bam, gone. Immediately gets bursted, gets ignited. Even if he survived, Hung was there. And then Iwandi comes through, presses Q, makes sure the aggro is on him, and focuses on dodging the bubble. And just gets out perfectly timed, making sure no third turret shots would connect. Well done by Team China.
Yeah, once again, you got Faith playing under tower, out of mana as well, which is never a fun place to be as a Jace. It's going to be really tough to clear these waves. Shanks can just continue to shove in, get those E's down on the tower, start slamming through some plates. Already this game is looking actually a little bit more dominant for Team China than the previous.
Yeah, and this is a devastating mid lane as well, right? Like, talk about how aggressive this bottom lane has been. Last game, it was Faith on the Tristana, and he was behind in his 1v1. This time on the mirror matchup on the other side, he is still behind. Shanks on the Tristana is now pulling very far ahead. You know, more than 2 waves of CS almost at this point. Devastating stuff here for MACAU China. Good little gank still from the Wukong very early on into the game, but the level of success that each gank got initially on the cross map, significantly better for Team China.
Well, Faith has been able to find that reset. Shanks was able to as well, both opting to invest their teleport early. Just get back to lane, make sure they're not missing any creeps. Starting to see Hung once again get interested in his opponent's jungle. This has been very much a trademark of him as an individual in this engagement. Trying to put as much pressure onto NH early. It doesn't seem like you can go anywhere as this Wukong without being spotted.
Exactly right. Sapling's in a bush. Scryer's blooms to be hit as well. Very tough life to be this Wukong. Process of elimination kind of shows exactly where he's going to be regardless. And the Drake, I feel like, could even be on the cards here for Team China, depending on that priority in bottom lane. Where Hung can go for the blue buff, has his Gromp to go back towards after all of this time as well. He's taken everything away from the Wukong and now gets to kind of reap what he has sown.
Oh, here goes Fate. Going to go try and have a crack at Shanks, who will just force the ult out and force Faith away. But I like to see that sort of positive approach still from Team MACAU China.
Absolutely. I love the attempted trade. I mean, it's going to do wonders for him overall, affording a free reset in a losing situation. Also must be said that while things don't look too great just for now for Team MACAU China, they have 2 tier stacking champions. They are still trying to scale up into this game, get that 1 item spike. But they've got to get there, and this is rough.
Yeah, rough indeed, and it's just bullying the bot lane again from Team China. It's just so easy. It looks so easy, at least from them. Once again, another double kill down to the bot side of the map. This time, you know, 2-2 split in terms of the kills. Couple going over to Hong, couple going over to Hope. I think that's fair enough. Everyone involved is happy.
Yeah, why not? Everybody gets a kill, the support gets assists. Everybody wins, everyone achieves their main purpose. 2-0-2 scoreline on this Lucian. Just ticks over to 6 here as well. And you thought that trade was good. You wait till they now have the culling thrown in with that one.
I don't think they need it at this point.
I don't think they need it.
But I tell you what, this is a much more clean game from Team China.
Yeah, and it's Hope that goes forwards, right? Hits the Ignite as per the strategy. You have the Sona that sits back and just allows the DPS, supports the team, and enables the DPS from Illusion as well with that Q buff. Oh, hello.
Okay, this is not looking too good for Tsui. You'll have to flash out. Cube lets him go.
That was a lot of distance to be covered with that all-out mode when he activated that one. Cube almost got him stuck, but I think thankfully for Zoe, he was next to the wall just enough that he could flash himself to safety. If there was a body block there, it could be a different story. Hope now pressuring a bot lane. Nice bubble.
Very nice bubble, actually.
Oh, he's just E'd forwards.
Yeah, that might be a mistake. The culling does come through, but luckily there's a creep wave to tank most of it. As far as trades are concerned, that's actually about as good as it's been for Ho and Sea Lion.
It has been good for now, right? NH is here, but he's about to see that 2 members of Team China are in response. This will be a 3v4. Yep. Teleport's not available for either top laner just yet. Let's see how this execution goes, though. Hung with the saplings, could find members. And actually does spot them. Faith moving down is what they were afraid of.
It looks like we're all just going to walk away from one another again. This Lucian already starting to get pretty oppressive.
I mean, they did just get the dash out of it. So this is actually a situation where NH could consider going for the flash engage himself, but it's just teetering on the edges. No one really willing to overcommit themselves or go for something crazy, except for that.
Yeah, and that is the exact scenario you were talking about, where if the bubble misses and Sea Lion overextends, Hope and Iwandi just able to blow him up, and there's nothing to really be done.
Yeah, and the question remains on that bubble. Why are we even bothering?
What does it? Yeah, what does it achieve even if it does connect?
You've got junglers fighting around the outskirts of this fight, right? And they were really the key factors, but then ultimately a single mistake in the lane itself, and Hope and Iwandi, with no hesitation, will be able to capitalize on that one and get themselves another kill. This time the support's able to snipe that one out, because that's what Sonas can do. And things go from bad to worse with NH having spent time down here, right? The truth is that Hung is not upset. He's fine. He doesn't actually have to participate. He just needs to stop NH from getting ganks off, and they're winning 2v2. It is the Wukong that feels worse for wear as well, because he's dedicated that time to not winning somewhere else.
Kraken Slayer's been finished off as well for Hope, so that's just an extra little bit of damage on top of what was already getting dumped in on top of these guys. So, I mean, I think when you sort of see these sorts of items start to get completed, and you're already in an awkward spot in that lane, then you're starting to get a little bit scared. E comes out from the Sona. Iwandi lets Hope do his thing. He target focus onto the Ezreal, but changes it over, and there is indeed that Kraken Slayer proc ultimate through as well. And this is a lane where you literally are not even allowed to play the game anymore.
Yeah, this lane is over. They have to consider other options, such as a roaming Nami. Right? How are you actually going to continue to play the rest of this game out when they can just, in your face, throw their abilities out mid-fighting?
Yeah, indeed. Faith just able to boop Shanks away. Trishult is still available, so need to be a little bit careful when you are starting to get to half HP or below.
This will be a 1v1 if it does take place right now. The Jace can move and actually influence this one, but Cube also is between turrets. Meanwhile, the bottom lane turret is gone.
Well, NH level 6 up against Cube level 9. I'm not sure how I feel about that one right now, and that is exactly what I'm talking about. He just gets bursted out of the fight, has to exit now, eating, oh no, all that damage from the MACAU sapling, finishing him off. Faith chiming in as well, but that is not for the good reasons, and Sea Lion out as well. It is just utter dominance. We were talking about maybe MACAU can stave off the perfect game. I think perhaps we spoke too soon.
Yeah, we're definitely staring at a potential perfect game here from Team China. Fantastic teamfight execution as well from Cube. Find his angle. And like you highlighted, the level difference was quite terrifying at the forefront of that skirmish. And you could see how much damage that he was able to do as that actually broke out. Plates in mid as well. It is going from bad to worse in this game, and there is, 11 minutes in, you're starting to see no real glimmers of hope or ways through to get a scaling fight or composition. You have to throw 5 people at them and hope that you can find an advantageous fight.
Yeah, I don't know. You're talking about like maybe a 5-man Nami bubble into the 5-man Cyclone, something like that. But the reality is that's just not going to happen against Team China. Rift Herald dropped in the top lane as well. You've got the incredibly strong bot laners from Team China up here as well. And they are just looking to farm up more and more cash.
And this fight starts with the Wukong trying to get over the wall. There was, in theory, a numbers advantage. They had 5 seconds to work with until Shanks got here. But so much damage was done to NH that he was effectively rendered useless in the fight. Cube with the flash after his dash forwards as well to bring them back with the Turbo strikes. So cleanly done from this Cassante and enables the kills to come through from Shanks on this Tristan.
Most definitely. Faith and Sea Lion in a spot of bother here. Tidal Wave does go past, but it gets forced out again, and this is the situation you find yourself in as Team MACAU China, right? You see an opponent on your screen, you are forced to ultimate, you are forced to flash or do whatever you need to do to get away because of the strength that these guys have got. And you're, maybe pulling the trigger a little bit too early and giving up some important cooldowns.
So presently, I feel like the biggest thing that they can look towards is shutdowns, right? More than anything else, there's the difficulty for Team MACAU China is everyone has a shutdown and it's a smaller amount. There's no singular point of power that you can put all of your emphasis and efforts towards. So this game becomes, find someone in a side lane, find a split push. It probably has to be Shanks on the Tristana and just find money, get money through them, generate some kind of advantage where there otherwise is none.
Well, we talked about the roaming Nami being a thing. I wouldn't say it's exactly where I like to go as a support when I'm playing Nami, but you don't really have too many options.
Making money.
2 players spotted in the top side is going to give Team China the comfort to start the Dragon.
Comfort to start it through Vision as well. Shank's going to be pushing in bottom lane and should just be able to move up here to secure any kind of contest from MACAU China should be gone. This mid lane outer turret is going to be the next port of call for Team China. They should be looking towards this one. And the strength of Hope and Iwandi means that Hole can't stay here by himself. Just starts to naturally fall.
Oh, well. Ooh, does he get out of here alive? Lethal. It is. I mean, and we're at that point of the game, right, aren't we? Where we're just, it's not even a big deal anymore. It's kind of just a standard day at the office for Team China. Another kill onto the Ezreal. Nami's down in the meanwhile as well, and well, Cube, maybe there's an angle here, but the rotation is starting to come through for Team China, so Tui and NH, have they bitten off more than they can chew? The culling is enough, even though there was a creep wave there. Tui gets some good damage onto Hope and Faith. You've got to send it at this point.
Got cancelled.
You've got to go for it, just to try to deny the perfect game. It was close, but not enough. And still, there is a donut next to Team MACAU China.
Faith still hunting, but there is Hung nearby. Tidal waves out.
I'm not sure what that's going to achieve, unfortunately, because there's not much of a follow-up. Sea Lion looks okay for now, but how not there to really have an impact, and hasn't even finished off the first item there on that Ezreal, so might not have even were he there.
Yeah, living on a hope and a prayer here is the side of MACAU China. Cube comes forwards. Note that at this point in the game, there is no inner turret in top lane. That's how far they've been able to push. They try and engage. But every single time they try and engage, there's just so much distance that the K'Sante can cover that they're not doing DPS at the same time. The reinforcements will come through, and Hope goes crazy as far forwards as he possibly can. And full respect to Faith for trying to get.
I agree.
Absolutely.
You know, that's 100% me if I'm in that situation. I know I'm not going to get, much out of this, but if I go 1-for-1, that's more worth it to me than it is for them at that point in the game, I think.
Yeah. Also, just to say that it's not a perfect game, but
exactly.
I mean, ultimately doesn't get the kill. Bubble doesn't connect, and Sea Lion as well can't provide anything for his team. This is, again, one of those situations. You've picked an army, you've denied it, and look what they can do in response.
Surely there's got to be one in there for them somewhere. Hung, has he been caught out? No, Flash is available. Now teleport coming through, and it starts to look like Team MACAU China that are in trouble. Cube arrives, and look at that. In the blink of an eye, the Lucian triple kill comes through. Shanks does not want to stop, and from downtown, cool guys don't look at explosions. Shanks grabs another.
And they just continue to push down the mid lane now, barreling down middle. They'll get the tower. And just like last game, we'll see if they consider to not go for this inhibitor. This time, I think they will. Far enough ahead that they can pretty much do whatever they would like here. And they're not worried about giving extra gold into their opponent's pockets by any means. Multiple inhibitors here to fall, and I feel like we are looking at a potential pre-20-minute game.
I would say you might be right. Are they even thinking about finishing it right here and now? I can tell you Cube certainly is. It looked like he wanted to move away. But the rest of the team has stuck around, and so the fight will continue. There's another one straight onto the Wukong. 20-0 right now. Sea Lion will drop for 21, and the number continues to bloom for Team China. Still nothing, no success at all for Team MACAU China.
We've got 5 minions to work with on the top side of the map, maybe 6 there, trying to zone them away, but the supers starting to crash down middle, and Team China, they want to end here and now.
Yeah, damage onto that second and final Nexus turret starts to come through, and this pretty much looks like it's going to be exactly what we hoped it would not be. The perfect game for Team China to finish off Team MACAU China 2-0 in the opening match of the Road to Asia Games 2022. A very solid performance.
And let's be really clear here as well from Team China. It's not just a perfect game. It was a 17-minute perfect game at that. They pushed the tempo. They got such good early leads, and they were such a position of power. But Team MACAU China, they really did just struggle to play almost immediately from the get-go, almost immediately from draft.
Yeah, I mean, across the board, they just looked way too strong. And, that was a little bit more what I was expecting things to look like, to be honest, in the first game. Team China very much on top in this matchup. And, obviously going over, shaking the hands of Team MACAU China and doing what they need to do. But what is there really to say about that game? It felt like a slow burn from game 1 into game 2. And once we hit game 2, then that's when the critical mass exploded.
Yeah, the game exploded very early on. Of course, the flag is waved here. Very good game, very good series from Team China, and a very nice debut into the Road to Asia Games tournament that we'll be seeing more and more from them as the tournament progresses. But what an incredible opener from them to really strut their stuff and say we are the top dogs in this group.
Indeed, certainly a gauntlet thrown down to the rest of the competition here for the East Asia group. And obviously we'll be seeing another game from the East Asia group later on today after this matchup, but they'll continue to play into tomorrow as well. So for Team MACAU China, a bit of a bitter pill to swallow that game. Just outclassed really across the board, and sometimes that's just the way it is, but it does give them a lot of material to go back and have a look at over tonight, and hopefully that'll be something that helps them out tomorrow. Let's talk about the draft initially. It seemed like you were a little bit more positive toward this draft initially from Team MACAU China, but things kind of went bottoms up once we started picking the bottom lanes.
Yeah, so the Gragas and the Wukong, I am a fan of both champions, right? I think Gragas is one of the best options right now for teams. One of the reasons I like the Gragas, though, is the flexibility that it can provide. So going for the Jace, Wukong, and the Gragas in that order, I think is something that kind of made things very simple for Team China to draft into. And then like you highlighted, as the bottom lane starts to get picked here, you pick the Ezreal, you've seen a Lucian, and you say, well, we don't want to give them Lucian Nami. But as a result, you've gone for Ezreal Nami and given them a Sona who can play hyper aggressively into you. And then just this Ignite Lucian running around, making your life an absolute nightmare. They struggled so much to actually get through that laning phase, and the influence that had on the rest of the map was a big deal.
I think we've all been there when we've been playing up against a Lucian. Sometimes, you know, you lose the first blood or the first couple of fights, and all of a sudden Lucian just gets to do literally whatever they want. You can E in, and you can take fights, and you can blow people up, or you can take them from full to, you know, maybe a quarter or a third HP in like one spell rotation, and that's the issue. Like once that point is hit, and the Lucian is able to essentially dictate the game, then there's really not much recourse as an Ezreal Nami lane, because A, the bubble's not that easy to hit on the Lucian when they've got the dash available. B, you know, Ezreal doesn't necessarily excel in those short, sharp trades, and so when the Lucian's jumping at you, you're like, yeah, well, I'll hit you with a WQ. That's like all my damage. Maybe I'm chucking an auto in there, but you've literally dumped like your entire kit on me, and there's no fair way of matching that trade as the Ezreal Nami lane, and as it starts to hit critical mass, we also see the jungler start to come down and help out, and so Hung's there to sort of facilitate some dives, and it didn't look like a very fun bot lane to be in, I'll say that much for Team MACAU China.
And another one of those games as well, when you think about like the setup and how it started, where there was vision at the red buff, or there was vision at the Raptors this time around, so they knew that the Raptors weren't being taken, they knew the NH was going to the opposite side of the map on this Wukong, and they bring down their own jungler to make sure the bot lane is supported to be as aggressive as it is. And a lot of the jungle involvement in this bottom lane was kind of, you know, Team China saying, well, the reality is we're stronger. We don't need to gank. Like, my whole purpose here as Hung is to counter gank, to deny you from getting access to the lane and just playing zone defense and keeping him away. And that's exactly what happened. They couldn't find their way into these fights. NH was struggling to find any kind of point of access or entry to get there. And anytime he looked away, his bot lane was gone. So it was Team China saying, I dare you to leave.
Yeah, one of those situations as well that starts to crop up in the mid lane too. Maybe it's not to the same extent, but it was pretty evident that mid was starting to become a little bit of a problem as well for Team MACAU China. It was interesting actually that we got that sort of flip of the matchup, right? It was the Tristana versus the Jace initially, and then it was the Jace versus the Tristana as we swapped sides essentially. And in both cases, Team China kind of comes out in front, obviously showing their level of understanding around the game and their strength in whatever situation kind of gets thrown at them. But yeah, Shanks kind of seemed to have the run of the mill in the mid lane as well, and just sort of pushing that wave as the Tristana, as you'll want to do, get him under tower, you know, force the Jace to continue to expend mana to try to push that wave back out, and inevitably Jace is going to go you're starting to hit the tower and get a lot of free plates.
Yeah, and that is also one of those things that, like, getting perfect game obviously is going to feel quite bad, but losing a mirror matchup on both sides of the matchup is something that as a laner feels the worst, because you just kind of, you have to accept reality that, like, no matter what I do, this guy is now just kind of proven he's better than me, and it's just that simple, and that feels terrible to accept. So maybe a rough day in the office here for Team MACAU China and for mid lane, but when all said and done, I mean, Team China are just so good in their individual roles. Like, their individual strength, I think, was the biggest factor in Game 2.
I mean, what can you really expect, right? We talked about this at the start of the game. We discussed that Team China is essentially Team WE. Well, it is. They're just representing as Team China at the Road to Asian Games 2022. And so you look at that and you say, well, this is one of the most experienced teams, perhaps even in the world, right? They're getting so many resources coming through. They're playing in the LPL. They're even having pretty good results in the LPL at the moment. There's no reason to expect them to come in and play against, to be fair, like a region like MACAU China, which is, you know, not, let's be real, like a massive name in the world of League of Legends, right? Obviously, China is. Team MACAU China, they come from a little bit more of a underdeveloped region, right? We know a lot about that, obviously coming through from Australia. So, you know, it's just one of these sort of clash of the Titans, or, you know, the David and Goliath matchup, I guess is probably a better way of putting it, that you sort of do become accustomed to when you're from a region like that. And so, you know, you take from it what you can. You go into it with the expectation that it's going to be a tough matchup, hope for the best. But, you know, very realistically, I think come into this matchup and say this is probably not the matchup where we're going to do a lot of our damage here at the Road to Asian Games 2022.
Yeah.
We look towards those games tomorrow.
Exactly. You look to the games tomorrow, you look to the games against the other opponents, right? Because like you just highlighted, the reality is you don't go into this series thinking it's going to be a whitewash. It's going to be very easy. We're going to have the time of our lives. You're looking at this match saying we're going to try and upset them, yes, but we're going to try and learn as much as we possibly can. We go back after this, and then we take that into tomorrow. We take that into our opponents going versus, you know, Chinese Taipei and Hong Kong, China, which are much more winnable games, which are much more winnable series, and definitely something that they should be positive towards. The only caveat to that is you're definitely hoping that today didn't upset the team, right? Like you're hoping that they're able to keep mentally in the game moving forward.
Yeah, indeed. Look, I think again, I mean, it may, yeah, maybe there are some individuals there that are going to suffer from that kind of, you know, tilt or whatever you may want to call it. But you would hope that I think everyone's kind of on the same page about how this matchup was probably going to go. And you know, you do generally have coaching staff as well. I'm pretty sure every single region was able to bring a coach to this event, just having a quick look across the rosters and such like that. At least the vast majority did, and so, you know, that will definitely help as well. I think obviously players, they can get really invested and they can get really emotional about the game because they're the ones actively experiencing it, so to speak. But you know, you take that step back maybe as a coach and they can sort of provide a little bit more of an overarching discussion and say, look guys, there was some positives. You know, game one we had you know, a couple of really good moments. Game two sort of snowballed out of control before we could really do anything. Didn't really get to display our best game there, but you know, looking forward, there'll be some easier opponents in the future. I think Team Hong Kong China is probably one which they would really have their sights set on, to say this is maybe a team that, you know, is kind of coming in on the same level as us, as a team that's, you know, filled with players from, you know, all over Hong Kong China rather than just one specific team. But take a look at the replays here, the highlights from that game. You're probably going to be seeing a lot of Team China highlights in this one, and probably a lot of the bot lane as well.
Definitely a lot of the bottom lane skirmishes, the Sona, the Lucian, they were going absolutely crazy. Hope and Iwandi putting on a highlight reel, working together, and that's the thing, it wasn't just this Lucian, it was the Sona being very aggressive with it, and then of course supported by Hung down in this bottom lane. Mid was kind of just winning in its own 1v1. Top was also doing really well in just his own 1v1s cube. No slouch when it comes to Kasante gameplay. And pretty much from go to woe in this game, from start to finish, in a very short game as well, to be clear. They never really looked like slowing down. They had absolute control, and they really did just set themselves up to succeed through strength. Which to me is also funny when you keep in mind that we said they're a team, they're an established team, so their strengths might be in the teamwork. They won individually.
Yeah, look, I think it's probably a bit of column A for column B, right? In a sense that they would evidently be a better team. The expectation at least should be that they would be, but maybe they don't even need to get to that point where that even comes into play, just because of their experience as individuals and as players. And if they can just win it through their lane phase, then, you know, you don't need to get into the whole macro discussion.
Absolutely. And a very interesting graph that I was looking forward to here, just to see where all of the damage was. You were expecting a lot through the ADC, of course, here, the bot laner in Hope, but Iwandi with 7.5k himself did more than anyone on the side of Team MACAU China as the support. That's how active and involved this Sona was, and how clutch a pick it was in draft.
That's how you know it's just a support gap, mate. I mean, obviously, it's a good feeling as a support player when you get that kind of a statistic, but even half the amount of damage that Hope was able to do is kind of crazy, considering the vast majority of those kills went onto Hope. Hope's the one pushing the issue, and is able to also be the MVP back-to-back. So, you know, again, is it really too much of a surprise? Maybe not. But like you said in the previous game, when all things are going right for your team, being an ADC, it's the best job in the world.
And at the end of the game was 5,800 gold ahead of his opponents, which is almost 2 full items of his guy. That was a crazy performance from him. So special credit to Hope for how he played for sure. But I feel like Iwandi sitting backstage, looking at the damage graph, saying, a little bit wrong from me. He played so well. So he did his part for his team very soon.
That is the nature of the beast as a support player, though. That's really what you're there for. You're there to sort of enable the ADC. And so a win for your ADC is a win for you as well. That's the way I like to consider it as well. But a big win for Team China to start things off in the road to Asian Games. It sets them up nicely for the rest of this group. I mean, obviously the game, I think, against Chinese Taipei might warrant a little bit more of a deeper look for them than the game here against Team Macau China. I would probably look towards Hong Kong China as being another matchup that Team China should feel pretty comfortable in. But when they go up against Chinese Taipei, which is basically known as PSG Talent at this point,
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's maybe a world where we might see a little bit of a closer matchup there, or at least we could hope to.
And a couple of big names in that roster as well, right? You highlight PSG Talent as the roster, but they've also acquired people like MACAU, who have just moved to that team. And MACAU, a big name known throughout League of Legends for a long time, so a lot to look forward to.
Indeed, indeed. All right, well, that's all from us on the Caster Desk. We've got an interview ready for you guys. Check this out.
Thank you so much, guys, and welcome to the interview. And now we have full hope from Team China with us. Congratulations on today's win. And for today's game, you guys are 2-0. You got 2 consecutive MVPs, and now you are here standing on the stage of the Road to Asian Games 2022. Tell us more. What does this mean to you to be here? 那首先恭喜你们，恭喜我们 Hope 王杰选手，今天是2-0拿下了比赛的胜利，今天是2连 MVP， 今天你站在这里，站到我们亚运征途的舞台上，对你来讲意味着什么呢？
首先就是能代表中国出场，我觉得很荣幸吧，然后赢下比赛很开心，所以我希望后面继续加油吧。
First of all, I feel super honored to represent Team China to be here. And also, we got our first win. I'm very happy about this part. For the upcoming matchups, definitely we're going to try our best to show you guys a good performance. And also, definitely you are the veteran, you are the most experienced player inside the team. So I want you to share more to us. How did you use your previous experience to help the whole team to adapt into this tournament? 那也想问一下，其实我们 Hope 选手也是队内比较年长，同时也是经验非常丰富的选手。所以说，可能在今天的赛事开始之前，你是怎么样利用自己过往的经验，去帮助其他的队友们一起很好的适应今天比赛的节奏的？
就是赛前帮他们调整一下心态，然后就是训练的时候让他们认真一点吧，然后就大家一起好好训练。
So before today's game, I would like to share more advice to them to help them to have a very good mentality. And also, I just tell them we need to do more practice. We need to focus on our practice and try to do more preparations as well. And also, talk a little bit more about today's game. For today's game, we have seen so many interesting and also innovative bowling champion choices. And in game 1, you get this Janna support. What's the background of picking this champion in game 1? 那接下来也想问一下本局游戏当中的内容。其实在这2局我们也看到了非常多样非常有趣的下路英雄选择。第1局的时候呢，你们也是非常果断的拿出了一个加纳辅助，想问一下当时选出的一个原因和背景是什么呢？
因为我们在 LPL 的时候也用过风女嘛，就是觉得比较适合我们阵容，然后也比较 counter 对面的英雄选择吧，所以就选。
So back to the games in LPL, we have already checked this Janna support, and we feel like this can be a very good pick to fit into our drops, and also can be the counter pick to target on the opponent's composition as well. So after that, we just would like to give this champion a try. And definitely a very clean, smooth game 1, and also in game 2. In the ban pick phase, the opponent's team, they just grab that Nami from you guys after you guys just picked the Lucian. So what's the team's reaction? And also in the actual games, you guys were able to open the situation from the early game bowling dives, the bowling ganks. What's the early game strategies from you guys? 那其实来到第2局，在 BP 的时候，当你们选下卢仙之后，对面是有非常果断的把娜美给抢掉。所以说当时你们队内的反应是怎么样的？同时呢，在第2局很快你们就从前期在下路打开节奏，前期的一些进攻思路是怎么样的呢？
因为我们做了很多的赛前准备吧，就是有想到对面可能会抢我们的卢娜，然后我们会用情侣反制他们吧，然后就是训练的比较多这个对局，所以比较熟悉，就是前面打就比较轻松吧。
before today's game, we have really made a lot of preparations. So we already had that men's side, like maybe the opponent's team, they will just separate like Nami from our Lucian. And also we already have our plans, so we can just have the Sona support. And also we are quite familiar with this bowling matchup. So after that, we can just have a very smooth game in game 2. And also my last question, I believe the schedule is quite tight for you guys. So what's your expectation towards the following matchups? 那最后一个问题，其实对于你们来讲，赛程也是比较紧凑的，所以说我们 hope 我们王杰选手对于接下来的赛程有什么属于自己的期待吗？
就希望我们能把其他的比赛都赢下来，然后打得比较精彩吧。
So we hope we can get all wins for the following matchups, and we are going to show you guys amazing matchups as well. Definitely, we're all looking forward to that, and congratulations again. Thank you for receiving the interview. 再次的感谢我们 Hope 王杰选手来接受我们的采访。And after that, we're going to have a short break. See you guys later.
关闭外来的杂音，找准内心的节奏。奥迪 Q4 e-tron，让真的感受从开始才开始。
iQOO 11系列，标配2K 144赫兹1.6全感屏，流畅又清晰，有机硅皮革，耐脏污、抗老化。全新自研芯片 VR 与第2代骁龙8强联手，影像电竞全面升级，200瓦超快闪充，充电快，续航久。iQOO 11系列，未来电竞越想操控。
累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
The Road to Asian Games 2022 will take place from June to July. Throughout this period, teams from 5 major Asian regions will compete against each other to top the inaugural Asian esports country and regional groupings. Let the first ever Asia-wide esports program commence. The League of Legends competition will span 8 days from June 15 to 22. Among the 5 regions in Asia, Central Asia and South Asia regions will combine to form one major competition region, while the others stand on their own. Each region will host its own regional competition. Regional competitions will follow a single round-robin format, with each team competing in a best-of-3 series. Teams will earn 1 point for a win and 0 points for a loss. The final rankings will be determined based on the total points accumulated at the end of the competition. In the case of a tie between 2 or more teams, tiebreaker rules will be applied to determine the final rankings. The East Asia region features a competition among 4 teams, including the People's Republic of China, Hong Kong, China, Macau, China, and Chinese Taipei. These teams are determined to showcase their best performance and leave no room for regrets. The teams across different regions are prepared for the ultimate challenge. Who will emerge victorious and gain a prime spot on their journey in the Asian Games? We will know soon enough.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Road to Asia Games for 2022. We've already gone through one big game earlier, but we've got one more to go. I'm Mac, nice to meet you, and I've got my friend here with me, Magical. How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. 24 hours of traveling, getting here. It took a long time, but I'm excited to get into the games. I was on the road to Asian Games because I had to go on the road to get here.
It was a long journey for you.
Yes.
What was it, like 30 hours or something?
So it was 24 in total. I think it was technically actually 25 if you count the traffic I had to deal with going through Los Angeles just to get to the airport.
Oof, big journey. Now, look, some of the teams that we have playing today, of course, they didn't have as big of a journey. We are here in Macau bringing you all the fun, all the action, and it is a damn good environment as well. We had a little peek at the stage. You guys have seen it as well. If you watched that first game, it is spectacular. And then, look, the studio here is absolutely lovely too. Now, first game today, do you want to touch on that before we jump on into this next game that we have coming up?
Yeah, let's talk about it just a little bit. What we have already seen was from Team China. We expected them to be a very dominant team. They're mostly Team WE over in the LPL playing here, and they absolutely dominated Macau, China. That is what I expected. I expected them to be this team that everyone's looking to as the team to beat because you're probably not going to beat them, just being honest.
Yeah, it was a bit of a stomp. Look, I think early game was pretty good towards mid-game, though. And then you look at the stats page at the end. I think it was like 9 towers or 9 objectives to 1 objective at the end. And it was just like, look, Team China was just out of this world.
Especially in that game, too. Hope, he was the Audi Super A player of the series. That guy was insane throughout that entire time. I think bot lane was something like 10-0 by 10 minutes into the game in Game 2.
And we got to see China as well. Like how you don't see it often, like in competitive play, but you were telling me as well that that's the team that is going to pull it out if any moment occurs.
The Iwandi special, right? Yeah. Iwandi, he was known before for being a streamer, playing a lot of Janna. He was the Janna 1 trick before going professional, and still, whenever he can, he'll bust that champion out. Did a great job in Game 1. Game 2, it was Sona, but still having that dominant performance.
Yeah, it was an interesting affair, and of course, we've been having this discussion. We think that Team China is probably going to be the favorite team in this East Asia group to go through. But look, let's talk about the other 2 teams now as well. We have Team Macau China going up against, not Team Macau China, sorry. We have Team Hong Kong China versus Team Chinese Taipei for Game 2 of the day. And it's going to be an interesting time. As you can see here, here's all the groups. Today, we're just covering East Asia. There's only those 2 games on, but then tomorrow is where the fun begins. I think we have 5 games. We're jumping into some of the other regions there as well, and I cannot wait to see what they have for us.
Yeah, same here. I honestly am really excited to see a lot of these regions play, or a lot of these countries, because there's going to be players that we haven't really ever seen on this kind of stage before. Yeah. And for them, it's truly the road to the Asian Games because they get a journey down this road to learn how to become better competitive players. And maybe, you'll have those standout performances because I come over from the LCS. I do a lot of the Challengers League over there. And we have a player, Yuji. He's from Mongolia. Okay. And he is this outstanding jungler that was able to get, I think, rank 1 on the Chinese super server back 2 years ago on Super Ping 2. Did that on Europe and North America, all from Mongolia.
What?
Yeah, this guy was absolutely insane, but he was someone who just got spotted out that way, where people are like, wait, this guy's really good, and he's playing on 200, 300 ping.
Yeah.
We got to bring him over. So when you have all these different countries that are playing on this competitive stage, you can have a standout performance like that, where everyone goes, hey, we got to bring you over because you're that good.
How do you manage to swing that? You'd have to just be some level
So
of
good.
insane macro to just never be in the wrong place.
It's not even that, it's just the mechanics too.
Okay.
Like knowing how to work with lag. It's not like he did this on champions that were just point and click, right? Like the MACAUs. He was doing this on like Lee Sin, Kiana. He was playing a lot of assassin junglers. He was just being like, I'm going to carry from the jungler. I don't care if I have 300 ping. I'm going to do it.
Okay, well, just carried himself to success and got himself a spot in the LCS too. So there you go, there you go. Now look, bringing it back here, of course, let's start talking shop. Let's talk about Team Hong Kong China. They are bringing in solo kill, Kenny Chan, Med, MM, and Kai Wing. It's an interesting lineup, but do you think that they have a shot today?
I actually do. These are 3 of the 5 players from Frank Esports over in the PCS facing off against PSG. Pretty much the entire, actually no, it is the entirety of PSG that is over for Chinese Taipei that they have to face off against. And this was a team, Frank Esports got 2nd place in the PCS. They actually went full 5 games in that finals trying to go to MSI. So going up against a team like PSG where you have a lot of star-studded talent like Junjia and Maple, I actually think that there's a good chance that we get a full 3 games from this from the series.
Okay, full 3. It might go a little bit longer than what we had earlier for that first series of the day. But this one, look, do you have any little bits of insight on any of these players as to what champs we might see, any one tricks, anything up their sleeve that could be out of the meta?
I hate to tell you this, but it's probably going to be mostly meta.
Okay. Okay. We'll get through it. We'll get through it.
It's going to be a lot of Zeri, a lot of Nico bans.
Yeah.
We're going to see a lot of Yumi, Emilio, Maokai. You're not really Casante. These are all the picks you're probably going to see a lot because you have these players that come from more of the competitive background. So even though they do have some, unique picks, you look at how they can possibly play a lot of these. Like you look at Maple and his Azir, something that a lot of people always look to from the past, back when he was playing and getting all these upsets before with the Flash Wolves. If you remember the Yaoi Flash Wolves back in the day, that was with Maple.
Yeah.
Probably not going to see it that much. Okay. Probably going to see a lot more the lock standard that we've seen throughout the 13-11 patch.
Okay, well, I guess we'll see once we get in as to which champs are going to be played. I wouldn't mind seeing a little bit of Emilio actually sliding through.
Emilio is actually fun to watch. I'm not going to lie. Yeah. Emilio might be something that's in the meta, but he's fun to watch. It's the Yumi that I have the problem with. That's where I'm like, okay, I'm good without that. I'm good without Zeri.
I need to take a moment. Look, if you're casting with Rusty, I think you're casting with it tomorrow. You guys are going to get along just fine.
Perfect.
Two little Yumi haters there, so 2 tall Yumi haters. I'm the short one today, so here we are. Now, let's talk about where do we think the most interesting matchup's going to be? Is it going to be in mid with Maple?
Honestly, I'm kind of looking towards the spot lane of MM Kai Wing versus Wacko and Woody.
Okay.
Just because I think that's really what the meta is centric around is bot lane.
Yeah.
But also because this was very important back during the finals before for PCS between Frank Esports and PSG.
Okay.
It was really about how they could play against one another, where I really am expecting to see those get the most attention. Maybe we could see something a little bit interesting from Med and from Maple, but more likely it's going to be Junjia versus Kenny Chan and the bot lane and how they impact that's really going to make or break the series.
Okay, so being a little bit bot lane oriented, are we going to see some really early rotates? Of course, teleports get unleashed at 10 minutes now. So
I do like that. It does make it a lot spicier, and I think that's also something that's been catching a lot of people out, is that they kind of forget that the teleport did get unleashed at 10 minutes now. And I've seen some crazy plays where bot lane especially isn't ready for the TP ward flank. And I would actually expect these 2 teams, Hong Kong, China, and Chinese Taipei, just because the players, the experience they have, to really use that to the fullest advantage. To really look for these early rumbles and to create chaos as soon as possible.
Yeah, chaos is where a lot of these teams thrive as well. You know that mechanically, all these individuals, they're up to par, they're up to scratch. It's going to be a damn good game once we get in there. But look, do we have any preference on side? Like, where do you like seeing teams pick? Do you think that red side's stronger at the moment, or do you think blue side is picked?
It's really difficult. mostly because, honestly, I'll always favor red side because if you're red side with a lot of powerful picks, and I don't see this happen enough, you should just say, you know what, fine. There are like 3 powerful picks. Zeri, Melio, Nico. Normally you see that mostly banned on the red side. Don't ban any of them. Leave all 3 open because
you told me you were creative. You told me you were creative.
Because blue side can only choose 1. You get the other 2. So that's something I like. I love seeing that.
Okay. Well, look, let's have a quick look at who are we highlighting. I think we're having a little highlight of someone here. Oh, we're not having a highlight. We're looking at everyone. It's time to jump on in to the entrance. Let's see these teams walk out. All right. It's time for...
No, I think it's player interview. I think we're ready for the interview
for
the players.
The entrance. Sorry. It's time for the interview. Let's jump over and hear what they have to say.
Let us welcome the 2 teams from the League of Legends East Asia region of the Road to Asian Games 2022. First, let's welcome Team Hong Kong China. Welcome and please get seated. Next, we have Team Chinese Taipei. Welcome and please get seated.
There you have it. Having a quick look at the teams. Both teams looking handsome as always, but I'm keen to see which one is better in the Rift. And of course, that's not going to be too far away. Team Hong Kong China looking pretty fierce there, but Team Taipei, mates, they are... I feel like they have to be the favorite team.
Well, especially because it's a team that has gotten scrim time together. They've been practicing with one another over the break. Of course, you do have 3 of the 5 players from Frank Esports that are over for Hong Kong China. But when it's all 5 of the players from one of your professional teams in the PCS, you have everyone working on the same page, constantly making sure that they're looking for these advantages as a unit. So you always got to favor that.
Yeah, coordination, coaches, they've been scrimming for however long, they've been together for however long too. So you know that they've got that coordination, they're going to be able to make the early moves, and I guess we'll see shortly if the draft is going to allow them to play for that early game or if they're going to try to go for the scaling. What do you prefer seeing at the moment?
Oh, I'm always a skirmish person. Go for the fights early on. Don't just play passively. Let's have rumbles right out of the get-go. Level 1 shenaniganeries.
Ooh, level 1 ganks?
Yeah, no, just full-on fights. Full-on, invades. Level 1, everyone. It's my word I've coined for it is shenaniganeries.
Shenaniganeries.
Yeah, but it's only for level 1 fights.
Okay. All right, so we'll see if we get some shenaniganeries. How do you say it?
You got it. No, you got it.
Shenaniganeries? All right, beautiful. Well, we'll keep that one in the back pocket just for later on. If we have any early action. Of course, Maple, he's there on your screen. He's a dangerous man to be dealt with. of course, going to be bringing it in over towards that bot lane too. So he is who we're going to be following probably for the most part. MACAU, of course, is going to be his opponent down on the ADC role, and I really want to see what they're going to be capable of.
Same here, and I want to see what kind of changes we'll have towards the meta of the bot lane. Not just the Aphelios Zeri handshake bot lane where you're like, okay, we're not going to do anything early into the game. We're just going to farm. I want to see them go for those Lucians like we saw from Team China. I want to see the aggression right away. Get the ganks coming from the junglers. Really try to get the snowball rolling.
It's going to be an interesting one, of course. And, we've also got the technical officials here, so they're keeping an eye on the game to make sure that there is no rules being broken. Everyone's, playing up to scratch, of course, as you would expect here at a world-class competition like Road to Asia Games.
But I do love that. I love giving the shout-outs to the TOs behind the scenes, the people who make this work.
They're the ones that keep the ball rolling. They're the ones that keep the game turning, and that's why there's going to be absolutely no pauses. Look, touch wood.
I was about to say, I'm like,
touching as many bits of wood as possible. Let's get that one out of the way. But of course, look, draft obviously not too far away now. Being the favourites, do you know a lot about Team Chinese Taipei? Have they historically gone super aggressive in the early game, or?
So it really will depend, because you also have to remember that Maple is new to the team. He was on TSM for the spring split.
Yep.
Now going back over to PCS, he is but he is still a known quantity. He's a known factor. Much more the control mage style.
Yeah.
So it is going to be more about trying to scale into the game, really try to play around that. But Junjia as a player is someone that beforehand was always really highlighted back when he was a sub for EDG as being this hyper-aggressive player who could go for that. But then as he was learning more of how to play competitively, he kind of tempered himself. He slowed down the pace. It's much more about the MACAU. It's much more about building up the rest of the team as opposed to being a hard carry.
So more of a utility jungler.
Yes.
Okay. Love to see a bit of utility, everyone leading by example, but of course, utility in the jungle is a pretty good place to have it, considering it is this ADC meta, and it's time to jump on into the draft. So, let's see what we're not going to be seeing instantly. No Lucian. So
Okay. Like that, though it doesn't kind of take away from the early aggressive playstyle that I wanted to see from the bot lane. The Vi too, kind of trying to take away some of these really strong in the meta champions.
Yeah. So Vi going, that's unfortunate for me. It's one of my mains in the jungle, of course. So
I like Vi. Vi's interesting. She is super meta, but she's one of those fun meta picks, right?
Lots of good initiation, of course. Those knock-ups as well.
Yes!
Synergize pretty well. Oh,
good!
You've got smiles all over that dial, don't you? Yumi out of there. I'm sure Rusty's backstage having a quick smile as well. So where do you see this going? Do you think it's still mostly Enchanters we're going to be seeing for the support role here?
Oh yeah, that's what the meta for the bot lane really is.
Yeah.
Build up the AD carry, really try to put them into this power. It is a bot-centric meta. It will be that way for the next few odd patches. I wouldn't be surprised if that ends up being the case for the rest of the year.
So you get Lucian out of there. You don't really need to ban Nami, do you?
Well, no. You're not really going to pick the Nami unless it's a takeaway from Lucian.
Yeah.
It's purely based on that. Same with like Sona. Sona's just kind of the backup if Nami's banned away, so you're like, oh, I can go for that. But Melio being the other ban on the other side is something I do like watching play, but at the same time, understand taking that off the board, especially because on red side, you would expect that to immediately be the lock-in.
Yeah, so just completely gone. Nico, of course, also going to be smacked out of there, so there's not going to be too many shenaniganeries in terms of her duplicating herself. Now, what is going to be the final ban for the red sign here?
Gotta be Zeri.
Has to be Zeri?
Gotta be Zeri. If you're not banning Zeri, you first lock that in for an MM. That's what I'm expecting. Rakan being the ban. It is a Kaiwing special, so it's not too surprised to see that, but with Zeri being left open, unless you're really trying to play safe in this bot lane and you want to go for more of that scaling that I talked about that I would expect to see from Chinese Taipei just based off the history of some of their players, I would still expect to go for some of these powerful picks. But Cassante, I think, is still a very good pick for the blue side.
Okay, so tank up top. Let's see if it's going to be...
Not necessarily.
No?
Could be mid lane.
Could be mid lane?
We have been seeing a lot of flexibility between this Cassante with how powerful he is right now in the meta. He's another one of the champions that I would like to see a round of nerfs levied towards him. But at the moment, if he's going to be left open, you take it.
And there goes the MACAU pick also. So that's probably going into the jungle. And let's see what else we're going to get from Team Chinese Taipei. It's Aphelios.
If it's Aphelios, Zeri's going to be the other side.
Okay.
Handshake. Just be like, oh, yeah, you get that, I get this. Okay, cool.
A little bit of movement, a little bit of action. We'll see what goes down in the bot lane. And is it going to be that instant Zeri lock-in?
Let's see. With the jungle being taken on the other side, the Maokai, curious to see what Kenny wants to play here in the jungle, especially because Vi, something that can actually do pretty good into the Maokai, has been taken off. Wukong is still available, which is also a good pick. Oh, okay. Wow. Hong Kong, China, instead, they're saying, we don't want the Zeri for the scaling that way. Instead, we're just going to go for the full scaling with the Jinx instead.
Got that global ult as well, which could come in handy depending on what their comp angle is. And we'll see what Meds is going to be doing here as well. What complements the Jinx down there?
I'm looking at the enchanters like Lulu, Okay. Something safe in the bot lane like that.
Got the Sedge in the jungle too, so bit of utility, bit of AP damage coming through, and also a little bit of CC to boot. CC Tokyo drifts maybe throughout the game. Now it's Maple's turn before we jump on back into the bans. So, do you think we're going to see something to match that potential top pick, or do you think that Casante's still going to get loaded in the mid lane?
I think you can go for something like Jace here, like they're hovering, just because of the flexibility that it has. Since, you know, like I said, Casante is flexible himself. You can go mid or top, either or, and that's why it's such a good pick early into the draft, because you do have that where you can keep that mystery over your opponent, where it's like, okay, you don't know exactly where he's going. You don't really want to have to deal with them in certain matchups, but same with Jace. Jace has that flexibility as well. Maple can play that. That can go for Aju in the top lane as well, that they can easily just swap that around, so they kind of hold on to that, and that's what I do like what Chinese Taipei did.
Okay, well, we are going to see yet another ban come through. Throwing that one over to Team Hong Kong China now. Let's see what they're going to get rid of.
MACAU. Okay. To me, it indicates that Hong Kong China are expecting Maple to be piloting this Jace. Jace has been much more mid lane as of lately. Like I said, has that flexibility, but has been more of a mainstay in the mid lane and really trying to pinch the pool on both sides. To me, kind of indicates that Chinese Taipei are also expecting that Casante to go mid lane for mid.
Yeah, and Gwen, of course, going for that ban just to make sure, in case Casante goes mid, there's not going to be too much danger in the top lane, but also getting rid of the Silas. So we might see a couple of big ults picked for Team Chinese Taipei.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised by the Silas ban because they don't have the best ults to really steal outside of the Maokai ult.
Not yet.
Right, not yet. And but the Malphite ban on the other side is really the big pick away that you kind of would want to take, where you're like, okay, if you have Silas open, Malphite's always tricky to pick because you have to deal with then Silas getting taken on the other side, the flexibility that has, and then not knowing how you're going to be able to pilot around those mid-game team fights with the Wombo combo that is stolen away.
Okay. Well, Lulu's gone, and it's back into the picks, so
Nautilus.
See what support we're going to be getting to go along with the Aphelios. No, Lulu means not too much fun.
Think of Nautilus. Nautilus, I think, is
Scion?
Scion's kind of what I was expecting, to be honest, with the fact that you ban Gwen. When you ban Gwen, you're screaming that you want to go for Scion, just because how bad that matchup is. You are not going to be able to do anything. If you play Gwen if you've ever played Scion into Gwen, you know that matchup, you're happy if you get Flame Horizon. You're like, I only got Flame Horizon? That's all that happened? Wow!
Well, let's have a look here. We are going to see the Azir locked in. So okay, getting fancy. Trying to change this one up. Looks like Casante should be shifted up the top lane, or are we going to see Azir maybe flex it?
No. Definitely.
Not today.
Casante Scion matchup isn't terrible for Scion. It's great for the Maokai because he's not going to be moved. You're just going to be a big ball of stats that can stand in front of that Jinx. That's why I like that Azir pickup with the change that Azir has seen to his itemization. He is going back to the W max, the old attack speed, using the soldiers, which means that you can melt through a lot of these frontline beefy balls of stats like a Scion really quickly.
But there you go. And speaking of beef, we got Braum over on the other side, so that's going to be shifted down to the support. Also, Nautilus was locked in there for Team Hong Kong China.
Not bad, not bad. I like the change up. Not going for the typical enchanters in the bot lane that I was expecting. Then again, some of the most powerful ones in the Yumi, Melio were taken off the board, with Lulu being banned as well.
There is some heavy engage on both sides here. Of course, maybe that's why we've seen Braum, a little bit of counter engage just in case.
That is exactly why you have that. As you see the other side, the only problem is Braum is really good once they have dove into you. But there's a lot of non-committal engage that Hong Kong China has for themselves. That's going to be really difficult for Chinese Taipei to really pilot around.
Well, we'll see how the piloting goes, but it looks like it is time for the game. It's time to jump on in. And these are your lineups. This is where everyone's going. It's going to be... I think there's going to be a lot of brawling down towards that bottom lane, as I guess that's expected. But Junja, mate, he's going to be coming in hot with that Maokai, I reckon. Keep your eye on him.
And I'm looking at Kenny Chan on the other side, trying to answer those bot lane plays. You could always play around the top lane, but once you see the Scion on the other side, you're like, it doesn't matter how many times you gank him. All he has to do is buy one item, and he's useful.
He certainly can be. But look, early game, Do you think it's going to favour either of these teams? Do you think Team Hong Kong China is probably aiming for that late game, just trying to get through?
Honestly, I think both teams have really solid drafts for themselves.
Okay.
And I look at the late game scaling they each have. I do favor more of Team Hong Kong China's. When you have a Nazir and Jinx, once you get to past 30 minutes into the game, doesn't matter how bad everything else has gone, you are going to win. You melt down objectives, you melt down opponents, you melt down structure.
Well, we'll see how much melting's going to be going down, but it is time to jump on in. Ooh. Are we going to see that early shenaniganeries?
There you go. You got it. You got
the
it.
early shenaniganeries, or is it going to be a slow approach, handshakes all around? I guess we are just about to find out. And it looks like there might be some shenaniganeries for you.
I like that, Chinese Taipei. Looking for the shenaniganeries right out of the get-go. But it was sniffed out by Team Hong Kong China. So despite their attempts to go for this invade, they're not really going to gain much more than vision, which will be answered by Kenny-chan on the other side, as he was able to easily walk in, put down that ward right outside of Raptors.
Just handshakes all around for the moment. Lots of pings. They're very aware of where the wards are. Deep red ward as well, right near the Raptors, means they're going to spot that early rotation. But you can see the Sedge opting to maybe start blue instead.
Ooh, 10 gold shared between the bot lane.
Okay.
And that's it. GG. And 10 whole gold.
Oh, the scaling's begun, huh?
Yeah, though you probably would like that better on the Jinx and the Nazir now that I think about that. But it was the other side that got the ward, so that's going to be rough.
Well, let's see how they go. MACAU starting Raptors uncontested, so it's going to be a top-to-bot clear for both these junglers.
They're going towards the bot lane. Playing towards that bot lane.
Yep,
but I tell you, Mac.
It's just going to be a whole bunch of fun. Now, have a look at the wave state here. It's like Team Hong Kong China. Ooh, not quite getting prior. Going to get chunked down a little bit. Dropping a nice little bit of poke there from Woody. And solo kill. He's looking to just harass as early as possible up there in the top lane.
Like that from Kaiwing right there, though. Forcing off Wako and Woody, so they're going to get the level 2 experience lead, especially with how the bot lane, the junglers are looking towards the bot lane plays.
Yeah.
Could help them set up when the wave does start crashing back towards them by the time the junglers get there. But they got to make sure they crash that wave early so they can get the bounce back from the wave quickly.
Well, little skirmish here up top. Solo kill. Happy just to have a little bit of fun.
What happens when solo kill gets a solo kill?
Then we yell solo kill, solo kill.
If we say it a third time, does that summon him?
We'll have to find out. I guess we'll see.
Yeah.
For the moment, little gold gap already going to be found here by Team Hong Kong China. 300. Or 200. Not shifting around too much.
But that 20 gold bot lane. Don't forget about that. That's going to help out. Honestly, right now, nothing too fanciful. Mid lane, top lane, bot lane getting priority for Team Hong Kong China is going to be a big deal for Chinese Taipei, just because now Kenny Chan has all this opportunity. He doesn't have to focus on the bot lane. He has 3 lanes of priority where he'll have control over Junjia. And if you're getting controlled as MACAU, that is struggle bus.
Yeah,
you're the one who wants to get the vision set up with your saplings right away.
So he hasn't really had too much of an opportunity with that, but it has been a solid clear from him so far. Full clear, hits level 4 nice and early. But where's he going?
He's going for the scuttle. He's aiming straight for the scuttle, but now they see Kenny-chan. He's going for mid lane, like I said, because every lane has priority for Team Hong Kong China. Junjia doesn't get to do what MACAU wants to do, which is set up around the river early into the game, control your opponent. And that's something that we've seen in the past that Junjia is very telegraphed with. So I love this read coming in from Team Hong Kong China.
So macro-wise, you can see that Kenny-chan's read this so well. He's going to try to steal the Raptor away, even invest the smite for it, since he didn't have to use that for the scuttle. Of course, wasn't contested in the river. And that's going to be the start of a Diffie and the Jiffy already beginning.
Diffie and the Jiffy. Like that one. Is it like Jiffy peanut butter, though? Or do you guys have that in Australia?
No, we just have normal peanut butter.
Okay, you have good stuff. Okay.
Yeah. It's pretty good. Do you know Juves? Have you met Juves?
Yes, I have met Juves.
Okay, that's a Juves special, the old Diffie and the Jiffy.
I'll have to bring that up one time. Next time I see him, maybe like when I'm casting one of his games, just make sure to say that.
All right. Well, Waco's got this level advantage now. Starting with the cult, is already down to 66 stacks remaining. And over towards the mid, looks like the harass is pretty good for Meds. Maple going for that one, even though you're looking at the resources, he doesn't have a lot to work with.
No. He's trying to clear out the wave the best he can so he can look for this recall, TP back into the lane, because there's not much you can do. This is why I do like that pickup of the Azir in the draft into Maple the moment they saw that Sion, because Azir is so good into Sion, but also really good into Jace. Since Jace might have the range, but Azir's always going to be able to outrange you at every single stage.
Well, Woody, able just to sit there, gain himself an extra level, make sure that there's not too many shenanigans going down in the bot lane. TP going to be invested at the 5-minute mark, so looks like we are going to see Meds have that almost on cooldown as soon as it gets unleashed.
Same with Maple, so there a lot of possibilities around 10 minutes, 11 minutes into the game. Bot lane play, we were kind of highlighting that before.
Feels like Maple used it first. Med says, you know what, I'm going to get that free back.
Yeah, might as well.
Matches him.
Get a lost chapter, come back into the lane and say, Maple, you're still not going to be able to do anything in this lane.
And what's going on? Okay, Team Hong Kong China going for that first Drake. They do have mid prio. They don't quite have bot prio, but they are keeping it contested.
They have bot lane prio.
Okay.
That's a fat minion wave stack right now. Top lane too. Even if Solo Kill did TP, they have priority there. There's a lot of question marks on where Kenny-chan is. Med can even rotate down. They're starting off a fight.
Ooh, going straight on in there. Looks like it's just going to be Woody getting absolutely pummeled. Waco, keep your eyes on him. Man's just trying to do as much damage as possible. He's got that purple-blue set up. Kenny Chan's low. Kai Wing running the wrong direction, running to the wrong base. Kenny Chan, he is barely alive. It is going to be first blood drawn by Maple. Big pick coming through, and he might be able to find some more investment, more value off the back of this one. MM going to be able to cleanse away, but will get slowed down off the back of it. Junjia should be able to finish him off here. Oh,
there's no escape.
The great escape is not going to happen today, and Junior's going to be able to find another. So 3 for 0, no trade coming through there for Team Hong Kong China.
And even an execute too. Kenny-chan went right to the turret, realized there was no escape. Just been like, all right, might as well go for the quick back to base because we know this fight was completely won by Chinese Taipei. Honestly, gotta give a lot of respect to the temperance they had there, because that was a horrible position initially for them to be in. But the fact that they were able to constantly juggle who was the one getting focused initially by Hong Kong China meant that they were focused down onto one person at a time. All of them were getting all their damage pretty much cyclical onto one person. Where on for Hong Kong China, they kind of had it spread about. Nobody was really low. So we take a look at this replay. This is kind of what I'm talking about. Look at how Woody, the only one that's really low. Everyone else only took chip damage.
Yeah, Woody soaked up so much damage. You could see that they tried to hit Junjia as well, but he's going to invest the flash to get away, and this is where Maple just comes in as the cleanup crew. So much health.
Oh, this is the tragic moment for MM. He flashed over, but Twisted Advance was already there, and it follows you wherever you go. So you flash away. Like I said, there was no escape at that point.
Read him like a book, and that was an easy one for Junjia. Now, Maple, of course, with that first blood gold, is probably going to help equal up, you know, the CS diff there in mid at the moment. But at the same time, this wave is coming in hot. Man's just staying aggressive. You can see he's just trying to get as much vision.
That play really kind of saves this mid lane for Maple. Because as Jace, you do want to get those first early kills so you can constantly snowball and you get towards that first mythic item spike where you can clear out any minion wave the moment it spawns. All you have to do is get your accelerated gate and the shock blast, clears out the wave, and that completely negates the power Azir has into you, where his wave clear is usually superior. Now it's no longer going to be the case.
Now you're looking up top too. Solo kill, of course, already with the 14 CS gap, starting to get those plates, chipping one away. And with that Sheen as well, of course, going to be able to get that extra bit of damage out as much as he possibly can. You can see here that MM and Highwing, they do have this bit of support from Kenny Chan, who is going to show himself here, right behind the wave, but it's instantly matched. Junjia not too far away, down in the river, but they are going to try to sneak away the Drake.
Gotta be careful though, that's a lot of damage onto Woody. They even got the ult on there, throwing it back with the death charge onto Woody. They're going to be able to pick up the kill onto Kaiwing, while Woody, even with Ignite, survived that whole time.
Insane, and he's got the helping hand of his teammates too, so we'll be able to back untouched, unfinished. Insane how that one's played out.
No, I love that from Chinese Taipei. They have a lot of temperance where this shows that power when you are a team. The full 5 unit we were talking about, where you get all this scrim time, where they initially looked like they got caught out. But because Woody survived all the initial onslaught, they realized, hey, we can turn this back on them. We've got them in this tight corridor that they can't fight because Med has not shown up yet.
Well, where to now? Focus back to top lane, and again, it is just going to be each of them slowly and surely whacking one another. These big, tanky individuals just soaking all that damage. Over towards mid, there was an attempt from Woody to try and catch Kaiwing during that rotation. Bit of support on support action, huh? Let's see how this goes. Looks like we might see MM rotate across, but I don't think they've got eyes on Junja, so they are going to give the respect to Woody, but there might be a lurking jungler not too far away.
Also, pretty good gun setup there from MACAU, where he had the white and green gun that could poke out MM by himself if he even shows up near that turret, which is why he actually pathed that way. It wasn't even about looking to rotate towards mid lane. It was like, hey, is anyone on their way here? I need some support so I can get back towards this turret and not lose all these plates over to MACAU.
It was interesting how it all played out. And solo kill. I thought he was going to back there, but decided against it. Does have Kenny Chan not too far away, so at least one of these lanes is kind of going right at the moment for Team Hong Kong China.
K'Sante, just K'Sante things right now. I told you he's one of the 2 champions where I'm just like, I don't like to see him just because how strong he is. Doesn't matter what you do, it's just K'Sante.
Yeah. And you're looking at Junja as well. Definitely an enabler. 100% KP. And what are we going to see here? Solo kill is going to go for a flank TP with that unleashed teleport and is trying to catch Azure here as he is going to invest the ult to get away to safety. So, look, nice attempt.
He really wanted to get that TP out of Aju as best as possible.
Yeah.
Ooh, bot lane though. MM, that is a horrible spot, but he was able to throw it back, surviving because of that TP from Med to make sure that he wasn't going to fall.
Oh, and they can't really turn here. You can see that there is a little bit of a gold gap. Team Chinese Taipei just slightly too strong. Team Hong Kong China, of course, just keeping it as slow as possible, just trying to make sure that they don't roll away. What?
I love this from Aju. He doesn't TP back into the lane. He holds onto it this entire time. We're 12 minutes into the game. Unleash TPs, especially looking towards these dragon fights where they can set something up. We're at only it's 3 minutes until the dragon, so it's not necessarily that important, but just holding off on that. That means that Team Hong Kong China always have to fear that Sion can show up at any play that they even attempt, because Med TP'd into the bot lane to save the bot lane's life. Well, they no longer have TPs across the board.
It's all about when Maple wants to use his. Again, it's just going to be 2 rocks whacking each other. Who's going to crack first? Find out in 20 minutes.
I was about to say, if we're lucky, that's how long it'll take. At least until K'Sante has ult, that is.
Yeah. Well, where to from here? Let's check in at the bot lane. 2-level difference between MM and MACAU, and here comes that
about the TP.
TP from Maple coming in on the flank angle, and they're just going to fight out of the turret. Absolutely no respect, and they'll juggle the aggro perfectly. They might be able to get this as first turret with every single one of these plates. Kenny Chan and Med are here to try to force him away, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. Clearing that wave, just trying to get the tower aggro onto as many of these as possible, but there it goes.
Mwah! Chef's kiss in that bot lane. That was a beautiful play from Chinese Taipei.
Just taking the initiative. Taking a almost... Oh, it's getting there. It's 4K gold gap now. Oh, finally! Solo kill! Oh, it's going to get the solo bolo.
Yours was almost. Solo kill got the solo kill in the top lane. Aju was wanting to chase that down with the zombie form. It is only a silver lining, though, of this play that happened for Team Hong Kong China. It does allow them to go into this mid lane and get the charge from Shelly, but it won't take down the turret. There are no plates either. Yeah. You don't get any real benefit. The play purely benefits Chinese Taipei.
Definitely got that Herald a little late, of course. Could have got those plates, but of course, getting the first turret and getting every single plate on it was damn good. I think MACAU only had to share like 1 or 2 of those plates in total, because you could see Woody as well just constantly roaming around trying to help out everyone else on the map, making sure that everything's going right. And then the only place where things are going wrong for Team Chinese Taipei right now is Aja up top. But even then, look, he can still find some kind of impact, some kind of utility later on in the team fights.
Right, that's the thing.
It's soak a lot of damage. Come back for a second.
You're Scion. You got your Mythic. You're like, I'm fine. It doesn't matter. You can die 10 times top lane, and it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, and look, he's just all about living. Got that Sunfire Cape online. First item, still not going to be going for a Mythic yet. Starting to build that now. Over towards the bottom lane. It looks like Team Chinese Taipei are just going to full focus on bottom and probably try to push this in early. Again, just completely pillaging everything over towards the blue side jungle.
Taking everything possible away from Hong Kong, China. And I'm still debating whether it's a BM from Maple here with his build path, the Duskblade over Youmuu's. Just because Youmuu's is, even if it got nerfed, still a very powerful item, the movement speed he gets to. Well, Duskblade is purely the style on them. Like, I'm going to get a snipe on you, and then I'm going to be able to get right on out of there.
Stay invisible for a cheeky bit.
Not anymore, not invisibility. It's untargetable. They changed that in this offseason.
I got that. Now, back towards mid lane, we are going to see Chinese Taipei manage to get another tower, and that's going to be Wacko just slapping Kai Wing straight on down. Woody here trying to slow them all up as the rotations start to come through for Team Chinese Taipei. And again, they are looking to force the point, but this time Solo Kill is here, and he's looking to run right back. He's not scared of Aja at all. Wants to keep on taking this fight, and his presence is enough to force Chinese Taipei away.
Exactly, because he is the one member that is still ahead on the team. And being a Cassante, you never really want to fight into him, because at this point in the game, you might have that Duskblade for Maple, but you're going up against a tank. He can absorb every little bit of the poke that you try to do to him. It is going to be purely on Wacko's damage that you can utilize to actually force out Cassante, but the weapon setup wasn't really there for Chinese Taipei, so I respect them backing off the play. They got the pick they needed to. No need to greed.
No overextension. Still 2 Drakes until we see any soul point potentially contestable.
Yeah, but right now, I'm kind of just waiting for Team Hong Kong China to scale. Because even though this game isn't going their way so far, 17 minutes into the game, 5,000 behind, they have great scaling on their team. I talked about that before. You get to 30 minutes with an Azir Jinx, doesn't matter how far behind you are, you're going to be a menace. 3-item Jinx, 3-item Azir, they're unstoppable.
And look, speaking of unstoppable, of course, we've got the Hextech Rift coming through, so we do have those Hex Gates to play around. I'm keen to see exactly how Team Chinese Taipei use these. Of course, if they do have that advantage, you're just going to see them start to rotate a little bit quicker. You can cheat those backs more as well. And unfortunately for Team Hong Kong China, they are losing everything in their jungle, and I think this gold gap is going to get astronomical pretty quick.
Starve them. That's the best play for Chinese Taipei. You can't buy those items if you have no gold.
They can't go into the jungle, they can't leave their base, then how the hell are they going to get any gold at all?
And it makes it that 30 minutes that I was talking about, it expands that to 40 minutes. It makes that delay that much longer until you can actually get these items, because even look at the inventories right now. Well, you have that Leandries, you got that Kraken Slayer. Those are only a component of the power spikes that you really need. You need that Nash's Tooth as med on Azir if you really want to bring that power to take down Ashi on this Scion.
And look, Wacko as well. He is a few more components ahead, and he is just going to get that second item as well. So Gale Force coming through, Kraken Slayer 2, and we'll have a huge power spike. So with that, with some huge gold lead over his opposing ADC, we'll see if Woody can work on a flank angle here, try to slow someone down for Maple to poke out. But Kenny Chan seems to be switched on. Face checking, not going to happen. Just gets that ward off. And again, just constantly being an absolute nuisance to Team Hong Kong China.
Like I said, just continue to starve them. Give them nothing, not even scraps. They don't even get like the leftover crust from people with their bread. You're not letting them have a single thing. Oh,
they're getting crumbs.
Oh, they got crumbs. Okay, they got crumbs here, not even the crust.
Got a little bit of extra gold and maybe some of that experience, but here comes the Nature's Grasp. We are going to see the push forward, so the tower is here. It's going to be that 4th man for the moment until MM turns up, and Team Hong Kong China are going to go straight on in, but you can see that the counter engage is just too good from Woody. They're slowing him down, they're poking away, and the health bars for Solo Kill, it's almost gone. He's living. Oh, Junja, he'll fall to the tower. Is that going to be enough now? Kenny Chan out of there. No more CC. MM trying to dish damage at range, but it's just not going to be enough to match the power of Team Chinese Taipei.
Best play for Hong Kong China, though. They got a kill.
They got
something. They're getting the
board.
crumbs. They're on the board. The bigger problem is, what do you lose after that play? You're losing a tier 2 turret mid lane. That's why you have to TP here. You have to continue that pressure before Chinese Taipei can spend any of the gold.
We'll see where to from here. Bit more action going down. You've got Solo Kill who's feeling it. Really looking for another kill here onto Azure, but they're not going to quite find it. Refocusing over to Woody, who is mispositioned, but we'll see if Team Chinese Taipei are going to be able to rotate in time. Oh my lord, MM just lost half his health bar in one shot, and now he's straight out of this fight. Solo Kill, mate, you are solo. You are on your own, and you are in the damn grave. Team Hong Kong China now licking their wounds, looking to just try and salvage anything. Again, they'll get a red buff. That's better than what they've been finding.
But right there, that was your Hail Mary. That was your desperation play. You're throwing the TP from Solo Kill to look for that flank because you needed anything after what had happened here at this play underneath the turret, where they initially were able to thwart a lot of the play from Chinese Taipei because Solo Kill is still very tanky. You see how little damage he initially took, and it's a great initial engage, but nobody was ready. Med had TP'd way after he had already flashed in, and with Solo Kill nearly dying, that means that once Med gets there, he has no backup.
Well, no backup needed. And again, just having a quick look at the iCall replay. There is a lot of action down towards the bot lane. And we spoke about it earlier, that's where we saw that gap starting to begin, and it looks like it might be where it's ending. But for the moment, Team Chinese Taipei slowing it down, looking like they are just going to push in as many lanes as possible, get as much gold to feast on, and make sure that there is just no chance of a comeback from Team Hong Kong China.
But I don't want them to slow down this game too much. Keep in mind that no matter what, you're always on a timer against a Nazir and Jinx comp. You always have to fear them, and if you ever go away from this Baron now, if you don't have every vision and every alcove locked down as Chinese Taipei, and you have Hong Kong China sneak in there, they take that in an instant.
The other thing I'm noticing too is, we got a bit of a team fight over to the top river. It is Woody just soaking damage again. Solo Kill, he's gone. He had no opportunity. He was just completely rooted by the nature's grasp. And Team Hong Kong China, they might be team done in just a moment. Look at those health bars. Again, they're just retreating. There was just no chance at them contesting the objective. And with Kenny Chan gone, that is a free Baza.
That gone, it's easily going to be taken here by Chinese Taipei. They're putting the icing on the cake here. We're going to have a nice birthday celebration after this one because they are easily going to take this game from here.
Baron buff there, it should be easy pickings. Let's watch this one back again. And look at this Nature's Grasp coming from the side. Well, MM able to dodge it, Med as well. You can see that they're at the back trying to get any damage done, but look at the health on the red members there. Team Chinese Taipei were barely soaking any damage. They were barely getting touched in this one. It was all Woody. Initially just gets blasted, and then his positioning straight in the mid-fight. You can see him just rotating out, allowing someone else to soak it. And the coordination, this is what we were talking about in the pre-match. It just looks that much better for Team Chinese Taipei.
Target selection on point. Always getting those calls. Being like, all right, this is who we got to focus on initially. If this is the target we take out right away.
Yeah.
I liked it too from Maple, where he was on the side poking out Med. So that way you could never have that re-engage from the Emperor's Divide. That possibly could be the wild card for Hong Kong China that catches Team Chinese Taipei off guard.
Well, again, Team Chinese Taipei targeting the lower tier 2. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. But Team Hong Kong China, they are certainly grouping. They are ready for a fight. But look at Wacko's damage. That turret is gone. It is out of here.
Yeah, they're going to take that one. They've got a pretty good minion wave set up from mid lane as well. So they can now threaten on two fronts the 1-4 composition. Even though Team Hong Kong China does have really good wave clear, it's going to be so difficult. Like I said, they had the setup from the waves where mid and bot were going to get threatened simultaneously.
Well, Azure here as well, just making sure that those minions are empowered. And you can see just how much damage it does to the turret. Almost half gone. Bottom turret, however, still going to be held on to by Team Hong Kong China. Just waiting again. And we'll see if they can sync up these waves. It looks like that's exactly what they're doing. Just last hitting all the little blue minions there. And in comes the synced wave. So let's see how much damage they can do to the turret here. You got Azure ready and happy just to take that one away. Oh, it's just enough of a distraction, and there it goes. He's clearing the wave 2. Looks like the inhib is next on the menu. And Team Chinese Taipei, their macro is just on a different level. Team Hong Kong China just can't quite match it. Playing slow, playing as defensive as they possibly can, but I just don't think it's going to matter.
They're looking for the Hail Mary, though. The miracle play from solo kill to all out, but he had to flash back towards his own base, and with your tank gone, that means another turret will be taken by Team Chinese Taipei as well as the inhibitor.
Bottom inhib gone, mid inhib gone. And Team Hong Kong China, they took too long to heal on up. There was nothing that they could do. And, at least respectfully, Team Chinese Taipei are just going to walk away, happy with the inhibs, let the game end itself. And it looks like, what have we got? Soul Point not too far away. We are going to still see an attempt at a couple of backs. No. Okay, they'll stay and play with 40 seconds before, of course, the final Drake is up for the Soul Point.
Can he? Oh no. Your jungler caught out. He was looking for the crumbs back. He was looking for anything back into the game.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing that he can find. He will fall to the minions eventually. Minions too strong this time. And it looks like Team Chinese Taipei are roughing this one up. About to put a bow on it. MM just trying to escape to safety. Will do as much as he can. Met as well. Just having those towers to play around might be a saving grace, but it looks like with the wave and a half, it might just be GG. Nexus about to be exposed, and that might just be all she wrote.
That is all she wrote. Chinese Taipei, they got that lead after that one dragon fight, and from there, they're able to close out game 1, make sure that they are already one step ahead of Team Hong Kong China, where I said the series could look close. We've seen them play against each other, at least 3 of the 5 members on Team Hong Kong China against Team Chinese Taipei. But it seems that when you have all 5 members of your team still here, it is too powerful to deal with.
It certainly was an affair, wasn't it? But look, game number 1 in the bag for Team Chinese Taipei. They looked like they were on just a whole different level. I feel like draft-wise, as you mentioned, they were pretty similar. You know, you did see as well, Team Hong Kong China, they were looking to try and scale, looking just to survive, but they weren't allowed to.
No, and it really boils down to purely that one fight, that one dragon fight, where they lost 3 of their members and even lost technically a 4th because of the suicide to the turret. That play alone was enough of an advantage for Chinese Taipei to put the pedal to the metal. They accelerated that game, and they made sure that they made quick work of Team Hong Kong China.
All for a Drake. And what was that? That was like 10 minutes in?
10 minutes in.
Around 10 minutes, and then it was just downhill from there. So having a quick look at the draft again, I guess let's start talking about that second draft. What would you like to see change in particular for Team Hong Kong China? Because everything we saw from Team Chinese Taipei, it's like, what would you change? Why would you change it? They knew exactly how to operate with this composition.
Honestly, I don't even know if I'd want to change much from Team Hong Kong China either. It's purely down to gameplay. It was that one play around Dragon. That doesn't happen. You scale up into the game. You're no longer behind 3,000 gold at the next fight, the next Dragon play that you looked for, where everything continued to get worse and worse.
That Nature's Grasp, of course, coming in clutch so many times. The amount of times solo kill just got completely nerfed, completely locked in place. That is when things went downhill, because he was the solo carry. He was the man that had to do it for Team Hong Kong China, but they just couldn't get him in the right position. He just kept getting CC'd, kept getting locked in, and kept getting completely destroyed before he had an opportunity to get a good ult off.
There's a reason why people always meme about top lane not mattering. Because it doesn't matter how far ahead you get at top lane, you're really not going to be too impactful. It's all about the bot lane, and with the plays being made around the bot lane, MACAU getting those early, even if it was only 1 kill, it was 2 kills mid lane for Maple. Well, Maple revisited bot lane and said, let's continue this. Let's look for another dive. Let's make sure bot lane cannot get off the ground for Team Hong Kong China, while ours is going to continue to escalate all the way up into the mountains.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Speaking of mountains, look, there is a mountain to climb for Team Hong Kong China because they have to go for the reverse sweep now. Don't know how that's going to go for them, but Team Chinese Taipei, it's easy. It's like they're on the beach. They're catching waves. They're loving life right now. You know, a whole lot of stress, a whole lot of pressure straight off their shoulders, already putting themselves in a position to succeed. Now, look, of course, we do have a couple of highlights to look at in just a moment. Like, what was your favorite play there? Was it literally just the fight over towards the Dragon?
No, actually, it would probably be the dive that happened bot lane from Team Chinese Taipei, because how clean it was. It was executed perfectly. The juggling of the aggro between Woody and Junjie was on point and really highlights why PSG as a team, when you look at the PCS, has been a team that everyone always wants to see, and it wants to see at MSI, wants to see at Worlds, because they remind us so much of the Flash Wolves of the past, the team, the Korean Slayers that everyone would always meme before, because they are such a good team once they are all on the same wavelength.
Yeah, and look, they just were so coordinated. We already spoke about it. Now, moving into the next game, do you think they are going to change up the draft a little bit? Do you think that there's going to be some respect bans coming through from Team Hong Kong China just to make sure that the same thing doesn't happen again?
I wouldn't be surprised if we actually see a swapping of sides.
Okay.
Because I think red side, personally, is just really powerful right now. Yep. Even though counterpick, even though first pick is really powerful with a lot of the meta champions that you have, such as the Cassante and Zeri I was talking about before, I feel like having counterpick is so crucial. And we've seen so many teams utilize that, where we see bot lane, that Braum pickup really did help round out the composition and made it so that no matter what happened, Team Hong Kong China could never dive into them because Braum would just use his ult. He's like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
What are you going to do to me?
And take every bit of damage possible too. The amount of times he was able just to walk away with a slither of health, just stand behind the rest of the front line that turned up a little bit later. That was it. That was it. He just soaked damage. Mitigation, absolutely key. And I'd love to see that again. But maybe we'll see it go back to something a bit more meta. Maybe some enchanters will be let through and we'll, you know, go back to that route rather than some tank individuals. Let's talk about, like, I felt like the Nautilus just didn't have the impact it should.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus is one of those champions that people always kind of, they're deceived. They think this is a tank champion.
Yeah.
He's not. He's a snowball champion. He is a champion that has to get ahead early, because if he doesn't get ahead early, he is very squishy, and he will die many times from behind.
Many times. As a person from OS, that happened the other year. I don't want you to remember. I don't want to remember, but I do remember. It's all right.
I do remember.
Forget about it. Forget about it, huh? Look, interestingly enough, though, look, I felt like we didn't really see any crazy dredge lines coming through. Like, there were no real good connections on the hook. There was no opportunities.
Honestly, this is where I kind of make an argument. If you're not going to look for those as Nautilus, play Blitzcrank. Because as Blitzcrank, it's like you don't have to worry about throwing yourself in danger anymore. If you're not going to throw out the risky dredge lines because you're worried about what happens afterwards if I'm going to get pulled into the fight, play Blitzcrank, because you can look for the risky pulls and not put yourself in danger.
Yep, knock-ups instead of the roots as well, which can definitely change how everything operates. Maybe, you know, with a little bit of that, you can...
Well, the only problem is then you have to deal with Braum on the other side, and pulling a Braum into your team. Ugh.
Yeah, it's theoretically just scary. It's not even theoretically scary, it just is scary. it is just very scary right now for Team Hong Kong China. And I hope that, you know, they are backstage, they are discussing what they need to shift up, what they need to change, or if they just need to get their head in the game. Maybe they just didn't show their best game.
Go red side, leave open all the power picks. Just, it's the ultimate power move, because you will get 2 of the 3 of them.
But maybe, yes, you certainly will. But with what we just saw there, do you think that it's a good idea to give Team Chinese Taipei Milio?
I'd rather have Nico than Milio, personally. Okay. I think Nico is absolutely busted right now.
More busted than Milio?
Yes. Yes. Because Milio can't 1v9.
That's true. That's very true.
Yeah. Yeah. That's why.
I've been loving some of the creative plays we've seen as well around the world, you know, with the Nico, of course, just like turn him into a minion. You know, forcing people to have to count how many minions are in a wave, of course.
God, I watched that. It was a clip of someone where they're playing and there's a red buff that suddenly comes into the bot lane. And they didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
Because they're just like, oh man, someone must have leashed it all the way down here. And then all of a sudden turns into Nico. And everyone's yelling at them like, I didn't think about it. I saw a red buff. I'm like, oh, it must have been leashed down here.
Yeah, you really just need to unleash that brain, unleash your capabilities, and hope that you know exactly what's going down. Now, out of these teams, do you think that there's any off-meta picks that we might see? Of course, everything there, would you say it was in the meta? Look, the Azir, of course, was slightly off to the side.
It's slightly off to the side, but I still think enough. It's more of like a off to the side.
Yeah.
If you need to, you can always bust it out. And I think more people are realizing with the new build for Azir how powerful he is.
Yeah.
I will say one thing that I'm really curious to see is whether or not we're going to see more people, especially depending on what Maple plays here, or if Maple wants to play it himself, if we're going to see more of the Crown of the Shattered Queen into the Nashor's Tooth, with the Nashor's Tooth rush into the crown. So that way you have added safety where you can get in, you can use your Emperor's Divide, you're not going to get bursted out as quickly, and you can actually melt through a lot of these tanks even without having Leandries.
True, true. Now, how did you like the balance of the AP and AD that game? Did you think it was relatively decent on both sides, or?
Yeah, I mean, for each side, I think they had good identities of what they wanted to have.
Yeah.
Even if you kind of look at Chinese Taipei and you're like, okay, they only have the MACAU. Well, their whole identity as a team is snowball, escalate, control. Make sure that they're constantly putting pressure onto Team Hong Kong China so they can't really do much, while the opposite is true for Team Hong Kong China.
Yeah.
It was about scaling. It was about waiting it out. And really, that's where it's almost tragic what happened around that Dragon fight, because you just remove that fight, they scale up into the game and win.
Yeah, it felt like there was moments where I swear there was, I think it was MM, he just would walk in, say hello, lose half his health bar, and then just walk straight back out without doing any damage.
Yeah,
any damage.
And that's what happens against the Jace when you fall behind the Jace. When the Jace gets ahead, you're like, accelerated shock blast. That did half my health. Okay, well, I'm not a part of this anymore.
Yeah, it's just a curious case of the heebie-jeebies. I guess that's all I've got, you know.
I like that word, heebie-jeebies. Not enough people use that.
Yeah, it certainly is a word. This game, though, certainly not giving me the heebie-jeebies, making me extremely happy to see. That was relatively quick. It wasn't the 18-minute game that we saw in the first series of the day, but I think, what was it, 22 minutes in the end? It was pretty quick.
That was a 25-minute game we just watched. I believe in our first series of the day, it was a 24-minute game into an 18-minute game. So we'll see whether or not Team Hong Kong China bounce back into the series. And this is always something that I'm always curious of when you have a competitive team, because you have that experience. You've been put behind like this before. It's not going to be a unique thing where you lose your first game. Every team has had that happen to you. It doesn't matter if you're a Faker with T1 or whether you're here with Team Hong Kong China. You're going to have positions where you fall behind and you have to bounce back and learn from the mistakes that you made previously.
Well, let's have a quick look back at the MACAU highlight. MACAU highlight rather. And this is where it all started. This is that fight around the Drake where Maple just came online, and this part in particular, you loved that from Junja. And you could see he activated it just before the flash went too.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I said. It was tragic for MN because it's a catch-22. No, you're in a lose-lose situation. You flash out, and you still get followed by MACAU. You don't flash, you die. No matter what, you die.
Yeah, no matter what, it was just not looking good at all. Here was that dive, of course, well orchestrated. You can see the juggling as well. And here's the solo bolo. Solo kill. That went down in top. We finally got it eventually. And then he got straight out of there. Didn't have to deal with the Scion's zombie form. And again, it was just... That was the first kill and almost the only kill as well for Team Hong Kong China.
Yeah, MVP, shout out to that tier 2 turret in the bot lane for Hong Kong China. Does get the kill onto Junjia just because he gets pulled back here. But regardless, so many clean plays from Chinese Taipei.
Yeah.
Where it looked like this team, if you told me, like you blindly you took off the nameplates, right, and just told me to guess this team, I would guess it was a top team in the LPL.
Okay.
Because how clean they were. With that dive especially was so immaculate and well played that many people should analyze that and say, hey, this team is a team to fear when it comes to international events.
So it just feels like it could be a pure skill gap coming through in game number 1. Finally, having a look at the stats here, we've got the damage from both sides, and there's definitely a gap in the jungle. Seeing that there's a gap in the mid lane, there's a gap in the bot lane.
It's the mid lane one that especially hurts. When you're that far behind and as an Azir, Azir gets so much free damage too, especially to a frontline like Scion. When you have less than 10k damage, that's a feels bad.
Yeah, it's a bit of a canyon in mid, canyon in bot, and you're having a look, it's a canyon in the objective, 0 to 10. That is ridiculous and a pretty hefty gold lead overall too. So yeah, it shouldn't be super hard for Team Hong Kong China to do much better in the next game. Look, let's focus on their improvements and what goes a little better for them, of course. And it is, of course, the Audi Super A player. It is going to Maple, the man in the mid lane, 6, 0, and 7. Did so much work, 81% KP. He was all over the ring.
I would really hope that he would get the Super A player, especially after that play in the jungle right around Dragon. You're gifted 2 early kills. The damage that he was doing, really Maple showing why he's always been this player that has been highly touted from the PCS that everyone always looks at as like, this guy, all the way back to the Flash Wolves, has always been talked about. Back when he was 16 years old, everyone has said this guy has to be feared as one of the best mid laners in the world.
There's a lot of Maples, I feel like. There's some of the good Maples, but then I know some other Maples and some other esports too. You know, it's this common name, but for a reason, and there's a lot of them that excel. Now, that being said, Game 2 now not too far away, so let's start to turn that conversation back to what we want to see. In particular, I'd love to see a little bit of champs flexed over towards the bot lane. Of course, we did get those hyper carries, but do you think we're going to get that Zeri sliding in maybe?
I mean, I'm surprised that the Zeri wasn't played, to be honest. I think that more people just need to play it. It doesn't matter. There's been a couple round of nerfs. Not enough. Needs more. She is way too powerful right now, with or without Yuumi. People think that she has to have Yuumi, and I think they're just flat out wrong. Lulu is so good with Zeri as well. That bot lane, it's not going to do much. You're gonna sit around for the first 20 minutes of the game. And then after that, you're like, all right, certified Zeri moment, let's go.
Yeah, maybe it depends on the pilot. Maybe MM it was just feeling it more on the Jinx than the Zeri. Maybe that's just one of his favorite champs. I think we can potentially find that out in a little while. But look, for now, we just have to shoot and hope that we hit the scoreboard, you know? Well, not the scoreboard, the target.
Well, scoreboard, target. I mean, you got to get on the to hit a target gets you on the scoreboard, right?
That's the one.
That's how it works. So I'm with you. I got you.
Yeah.
All right, but looking at this game, looking at what we can see change, really what I want to see change is side selection. I want to see Team Hong Kong China on the red side. I just think red side very powerful right now.
Yeah. The most important thing, try to get some of those bans out, or as you theorize, leave the super picks open.
Do it.
Let it happen. Get 2 for yourself. Give them 1. You know, maybe force them into going for the bans themselves. You know,
exactly.
Like
it's a win-win no matter what. You know,
a handshake.
Well, this goes back to like season 5. I'm someone who loves a lot of the history of League of Legends.
Yeah.
This goes all the way back to the Juggernaut meta. Because back then, it was when they reworked like Garen, Darius, Gangplank, Mordekaiser, all these champions that were super busted at Worlds. And they're like, we're going to let this through. And people are like, no, we got to permanently ban it. Then one team, I forget what team, is like, why don't we just let all of them through? Let's leave all of them open as red side. And they did. And the other team was like, oh, we get one of them. Then they immediately lock in the other 2. So the blue team was just like, oh. What do we do now?
Okay.
Oh, no. They have Mordekaiser and Darius? Oh, no.
Where'd they go? Like mid and top?
Oh, it was Mordekaiser got reworked at that point to go bot lane.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a very, very weird
like
time. Very weird time. That's when he could get the dragon, the ghost of the dragon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, look, I guess we'll see. You know, if we look back in history, I highly hope that we're not going to see any Mordekaiser bot lane.
Oh, you won't now. Not anymore. No. Unless it's support.
We're going down a dark hole here.
Yes, we are. This is my theory crafting now.
Well, it looks like it's time once again to do the old walkouts. Have a... Oh, we're actually going to get a substitute coming through for Team Hong Kong China. So YSKM is going to be coming in over towards the top lane. Interesting, because Solo Kill didn't do too bad in that first game.
No, but one big thing that can also help your team is while Solo Kill got the solo kill in the top lane, he didn't really help out with the team.
No.
You kind of sometimes need to change that up and be like, all right, yeah, he wins out in the side lane. He was able to do that, but we need someone who can play around the rest of the team, especially because how Chinese Taipei themselves were. They were all about the team fight.
Interestingly enough, you know, I was wondering what might have been taking a while there, but it probably was just going for the full, you know, shift around in terms of the subs. Of course, Team Chinese Taipei coming in with the same 5 as before, all looking just as dangerous as before. And I can't wait to see what we're going to get from both of these teams going into Game 2 of the series. Oof. I also just want to try to confirm what side they are starting on.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me.
Theoretically, you probably are right. You know, they probably should be going on that red side, but we'll see.
I'm also really curious how YKSM is going to really fit in with this team. being the top laner of Invictus Gaming over in the LPL. How he will then play with, where I talked before, solo kill being on Frank Esports with the other two of the bot lane here for Team Hong Kong China. Well, you have a new player they haven't had as much practice with. You're not going to have that synergy, that same synergy as before. But with someone with that kind of experience, the LPL, bringing that over here for Team Hong Kong China, that can add so much for an entire squad to kind of revitalize the rest of the team.
Maybe he can come through with a little bit of a different voice. Maybe he is going to try to go for more team plays, not just use that TP to get back up top. Maybe try to be the initiator and force the match from Team Chinese Taipei. But look, for the moment, everyone's just getting ready. Looks like they're just having a little bit of discussion about the draft and how they want to execute it before we jump in. And it looks like it's not too far away. Is it time?
I think it's time. I think we're ready for our game number 2 here between Team Hong Kong China and between Chinese Taipei. And it does seem they're staying to the same sides. No change from that part.
Okay, so no change from blue to red. And let's see if anything changes in terms of the draft. We got Lucian straight out of there first, so already doing the exact same thing as before, and we're going to see the same thing from Team Chinese Taipei too. Vi banned out right away.
All right, Yumi, is that going to be the ban? We getting the run back, the salty run back here? Even if YSKM is in, we're get the salty run back. Every champion exactly the same.
Exactly the same, except with a different name in the top lane for Team Hong Kong China.
All right, we're 3 for 3.
Like, take a screenshot.
Nico next. Nico. I feel like that's going to be the one here for Chinese Taipei.
I think it was Emilio last time.
Oh, yeah, no, you're right. It was Emilio, then it was Nico on the blue side.
Yeah.
Then who was it? The last one. Rakan. That's who it was.
Yeah.
Yep, Emilio.
Yep.
All right, there we go.
Perfectly. May as well just say the same thing we did last time. So why don't you like Yumi?
Yeah, you know, Yumi cat on a book especially. Like, what kind of cat do you want on your book? It's going to rip apart the book. Have you not seen how cats are?
I have. I've been attacked by cats many times.
Yeah, like, I don't mind cats. Cats are cute. But on a book, it's like, especially if it's a book you want to read, they're going to rip out the pages.
Ooh, we have a change up. The pages have turned, and we've got MACAU getting taken away by Team Hong Kong China. Now, Nico from the respect band on the red side, and let's see where we're going for Team Hong Kong China to get first pick here on the blue side.
Even though the ban has changed for them, not banning away that Nico, meaning Rakan is available for Kaiwing, I still expect Kasante to be first pick. I think that champion is really good into almost anything. Doesn't really matter if you try to counterpick him. He's still going to have a marvelous time, but they decide, they're like, you know what, no Maokai to deal with. Wukong.
Going for the Wukong. Hard engage, not trying to play around with the Sedge, which Kenny Chan might not have really wanted to play. You know, he did relatively well in the early game, but once he couldn't dish out anywhere near as much damage, he was just kind of a utility bot, and MM couldn't do the damage, then look, things went south. So hoping for a better start here on the Kong, and then over on the other side, we are going to see Kasante picked up by Aj.
And this is where I expect either Aphelios or Sejuani here for Chinese Taipei. They can Aphelios actually makes more sense because you don't need to grab that Sejuani. You know Wukong's going jungle. Very unlikely that you'll have the flexibility between Wukong. I have seen a couple players over in NA actually play Wukong top lane, but it's very far and few in between.
Yeah, it sounds like a big grasp for that one to be happening. But look, it used to be a thing. Maybe they can flex it. Maybe they can hit us with some kind of surprise. But we are, of course, going to see the Aphelios again picked up by Team Chinese Taipei.
Ooh, and with that Rakan. All right. There is a new game plan here for Team Hong Kong China. Okay. It is about fighting, and it is about always going in.
Yeah.
There's no plan B. You fall behind, you fall behind. You are looking for early fights right away, utilizing Kenny Chan and Kaiwing. They're going to be your initiators. If Kaiwing makes a call, everyone has to follow up.
Yeah.
You don't go, oh, I don't know. It's like, he's got it. It's too late.
It's the all-in. It's the all-in, and you love to see it. The only person, look, Med, going for the lock-in of the Xayah. Keen to see how that one works, considering if we are going to be going forward for Team Hong Kong China, Xayah operates by going backwards.
But it works. It works in this composition.
It still works?
Because now it's almost like the what I consider like the submarine composition with one person that acts as the buoy.
Okay.
They're the one getting all the attention. You're noticing that, but you forget what's under the water.
Yep.
It's all dive, dive, dive here, and you all focus on Zaya, and she just goes up in the air and does nothing for a little bit because nobody can touch her.
Okay, now we got a decent bit of heavy AD. Are we going to see some AP in the mid lane? It's going down. Over on the other side, however, there is that Sedge lock in. Now back to the bans. Lulu, or Annie rather, sorry, taken out of there.
Screams at Ari here for Maple.
Okay.
I see that Annie ban, Nico ban as well. Ari really is kind of like screaming its name to me that Maple wants to play that, even though I like Silas here, especially because whenever I see Sejuani, I like having the double melee of mid-top because you can utilize that passive to its fullest. But Ari is such a good pick into so many compositions, especially into something that wants to dive into you. A good charm completely disrupts the game plan from Team Hong Kong China.
Now, we are going to see that Lulu ban come through, and there won't be any Ari in the mid lane.
Okay, I'm surprised they are the ones that ban. I'm like, to me, this composition kind of screams that they want to go for that. But then again, they can hold on to the last pick for Maple, try to get the counter pick there, since they haven't locked in their support yet.
True, true. So Team Chinese Taipei just focusing on Med rather, making sure that he can't get any of the mid laners that he might prefer there. All three of those AP ones gone as well, and no Azir will be picked up by Maple. So where do we go in the mid lane? There's not much left for the meta, right? So Silas is open. How's that going to fit in?
Yeah, but with Malphite still being available, now I talked about the dive composition of Team Hong Kong China. You don't want to lock in Silas here. So you hold off on that, say, all right, we can't lock this in. We don't know how that's going to go, but Renata Glosk is perfect into dive composition. Completely denies that.
Just hit R, you've got the perfect counter engage. Everyone that just jumped on you hit each other instead. So, what is going to be the answer coming through for Team Hong Kong China?
Silas. They're the ones who should lock in Silas here.
Okay.
I think that I steal that away. They go for Syndra. Syndra is not bad, though. Syndra is really good because it also has good tools of picking off someone. Renata Glosk is very susceptible. If she gets hit by a Scatter of the Week, well, you're not going to be able to get that off because you're going to die before you can have hostile takeover even be useful.
Well, let's see how Syndra operates, of course. Little control mage there. And what is going to be the final pick?
Sion.
You reckon Sion?
Oh, Jax.
Oh, for the damage.
Okay,
Maybe playing long game split push.
I mean, there's a lot of options they have, and I like the thing I like about having Jax on your team too is he really does work at team fights as well. People kind of forget about that. His Counter-Strike is a very useful tool as well. He's a great flanker. One thing that Renata Glosk is great at is a front-to-back team composition. She's not good at dealing with people on the side who are jumping out of nowhere.
Okay. And that's probably why we're going to see Jax locked in. And then, of course, over on the other side, it is going to be the Gragas, which is going top. Interesting how this one plays out. Now, do you think that Team Chinese Taipei's bot lane is going to be as potent as it was before?
I don't think so, honestly. Rakan Zaya, the lovers duo bot lane, is a very strong bot lane that is difficult to deal with early into the game. Plus, if you ever miss one of your handshakes as Woody, Codwing's immediately going to look to punish you for that. Always try to dive in with the grand entrance, get the knockup, maybe even look for a level 2 dive here or level 2 gank from Team Hong Kong China. Utilize Wukong right out of the gates and get either summoners off of Wako and Woody or just get kills.
So how does Maple operate the Cassante going into a Syndra? Because that's a control mage. You can sit back and just have a way with you. Are you just too tanky that you can just kind of run up anyway?
Yeah, you're just too tanky. You're able to deal with all that. That's how the Cassante matchup kind of works mid lane. He's really strong. It's kind of like what we used to see with Nautilus mid, where Nautilus, he just gets the free shield. It's really hard to deal with. In fact, we're starting to see that come back. Nautilus mid is slowly working his way back into the meta, and it really fits the same role how Cassante plays that lane. Med can still punish that because you are going to be able to outrange him at every stage, but Maple should be able to wave clear effectively, not really worry too much, and really want to play around other lanes and try to go wherever Junjia is playing.
Well, look, I'm going to keep my eyes on Woody and see how he operates on Renata Glosk, because him on the disengage, the counter engage rather, has been really, really solid. You know, game number 1, of course, playing the Braum, knew exactly when to hit all those abilities at the exact right moments, and then you got to think about the coordination as well, the throughs. a decent amount of CC coming through. Look, Junja, you said to keep an eye out for him. But him with Aja as well, able to throw maybe a couple of casks in there, could definitely get big damage done.
Lots of disruption tools here for Team Chinese Taipei.
Lots of AP.
Lots of AP that you can utilize, something that we don't see too often. We're so used to seeing a lot of the AD.
Yeah.
While Team Hong Kong China, sorry, see the duck kept quacked. But Team Hong Kong China, I like their composition. Good front to back. They got good flankers on their side as well. This composition is looking to rumble, and even if they fall behind, there's no plan B. I told you that, Mac. There's one plan, and it is simple. You follow the recon every single time.
We'll see how YSKM sits in this one. Of course, he's a little bit slow out of base. I think he might have been playing a silly game somewhere. Either way, it is going to be the red side start for Kenny Chan, and Junja looking to start from top and path back to bot. So
I am a little surprised by that. Unless
early
Kenny,
gank?
Yeah, that's what to me this kind of screams, is that Kenny Chan is going to look for an early gank in the bot lane.
Okay. Oh, hey, YSKM is walking into 3. Aja here. What is going on? Here's that shenaniganeries that you're looking for.
I've never seen a solo shenaniganeries, though. Usually it's a whole team.
He was just allowed to walk away.
That's impressive.
That is, they just respected
Some
him.
cojones there from YSKM.
I guess Jax wins level 1 if he can just hit you and hit you and hit you and build up his passive, then all of a sudden he's just doing damage.
Yeah, he gets out of there for free, gets into this lane. It isn't going to be the easiest lane. The Gragas into Jax lane is kind of a handshake lane where they should both be able to clear out. However, it's more on Aja on how you play the Gragas than it is on the Jax, because you cannot burn your belly fluff at any moment. You have to hold on to that until you see a leap strike in onto you. Then you use that so you can easily walk away, because otherwise you're going to get jumped on from the counter-strike every time and get stunned and take about half your health.
Okay. Here's that handshake going down. I'm having a quick look at the items. Of course, MM just going to be going with that long sword down bot again. And Cull for Waco, who have pinged level 2 real early here and try to force the fight again. Look, Woody and Waco, they were so good at poking out this lane down bot up against Team Hong Kong China in game 1 of the series. And it looks like they're already off to a great start again. There's that level 2 for Team Hong Kong China in the bot lane. And already they're just working at these plates. You got to remember this was the first tower that fell in game 1. And Waco got 4 plates, 5 plates shared among a couple of individuals.
I think it was 3 plates solo for Waco, and then 2 more shared amongst 4 people. So that's a lot of gold that was picked up early for Nephelios.
So much going on there. And again, YSKM just playing a dangerous game, but he of course can just leap away.
It's a dangerous game, but at the same time not, because with his solo shenaniganeries into the jungle of Junja, he knew that Sejuani was starting topside. He spotted out that was going to be the path. So now he's like, hey, Sejuani is not going to path here. I have the freest lane to bully you at every point if I can, and I might as well take the fullest advantage I can.
And it looks like maybe we've gone bottom to top path for Kenny Chan because he wanted to get a Scuttle Crab this time. Gets that ward off too. Won't be spotted on any vision. And we'll see if he's going to be able to get the back off. Should be able to. Before Junja spots him. There it is. So now he's going to have a full read on Junja's position here as he goes back to the Raptors for the second take.
Yeah, but Junja going to be spotted out on that, giving a lot of information for Team Hong Kong China. Again, giving more advantage and more information for YSKM in this top lane, where he's like, now he can really continue to bully this top lane. Say, I know every point of where you are, but missing that Counter-Strike is huge. I talked about this is a handshake, but it's all about the belly flop versus Counter-Strike. That's really what makes it the handshake.
Again, just poking out. Kenny Chan looking for an angle. He's down here real early. He's closing that gap. Force that flash out. And that's a small victory.
Small victory, getting a flash. Something you can attack a little bit later as well. That's what I talked about, why I wanted to see the Wukong down there early.
Yeah.
You're looking to constantly play around that recon as Wukong. But of course, you want to get to level 6 because that makes that combination even that much more deadly, having the Cyclone alongside of the Grand Entrance.
We're going to see Maple have those cookies as well, just munch on to try and squeeze out as much mana as possible before he gets this back off. Let's see what he's going to be able to buy. A little bit of a whack-a-mole in the top lane. You hit me, I'll hit you back. Handshakes all around. And we're going to see Junja start to rotate down bot. 3v2 here. You can see that Kenny Chan's a little bit too far away, but he's on an exploration instead. Spot the Scryers, but we'll spot that there is no Raptors there, but won't actually see Kenny Chan.
No, but with the TP back from Ed in the mid lane, I'll be curious to see if there's actually a contest here from Team Hong Kong China onto this Dragon. Doesn't seem like, they don't have the advantage. MM is already looking for a recall as well.
Yeah.
They're just going to forfeit the first Dragon.
So Infernal Drake in the bag, bit of extra damage long term for Team Chinese Taipei. And Junja fully aware. He's got full control of that one. He spotted Kenny Chan walking on vision away from the Drake, so not phased at all with the smart up. Gold lead, though, not really favoring either team.
Yeah. I'd be surprised unless something crazy like that last Dragon fight we saw last game. It's really going to be about level 6s. That's when we're going to start seeing the crazy chaos from both teams. That's when they're going to utilize that. You have that non-committal engage from Junja. You have the full dive of Team Hong Kong China. And then you also have the disengage of Woody on the other side. So it's all about making sure they have those cooldowns to play around.
YSKM playing around the cooldown of the plant as well, just to have some extra sustain in lane so he doesn't have to back too early. Of course, both of them use that TP to get themselves that free recall super early on. Looks like YSKM is happy with the lane state, so you're just going to reset again. Is that Sheen online? And over towards mid. Maple's taking a little bit of damage, but it's just going to be this slow affair. Over towards bot, though. Pushed up. Wacko and Woody just trying to get that poke off again. Very close to popping 6. Maple and Meds, both with their ults online. We are going to see Maple maybe fake a rotate, but he has walked across on vision.
Okay, I know you're saying some smart stuff, but when you said Wacko, it made me think of, there used to be a player named Mole. Mole.
Yep.
That played.
Mole.
Yeah. And he played for Team WE. So immediately I'm like, Whack-a-mole.
We'll see if he plays that later when he tries to whack around Team Hong Kong China. Bowing trying to clear out the control ward. Will win the vision game as he does have Kenny Chan not too far away. So respect shown by Team Chinese Taipei. And it looks like he's going to be Herald attempted and probably taken by Junja here, because you can see that Kenny Chan was spotted and he's probably too far away to rotate over there in time.
Oh, they don't know he's this far. They have no idea. Look at this. I love this look.
Going for it. Thinking about it. Waco just going to be trying to make this happen. Woody not quite level 6. Kenny Chan just taking a lot of damage from that turret. Will be able to just walk away. Oh, that was a very, very precarious position.
They also kind of, I think they realized too, the mistake. But right now, a flash away. Unfortunately, not able to get out. First blood picked up by Maple mid lane.
Testing that ult, and a beautiful gank coming through from Junja just to slow down Med. And Med is dead. So, first blood, extra money in the bank.
That's
there.
Dead, but maybe Aju almost died there too. Had to use the explosive cast just to get away from the Grandmaster's Might top lane.
See how this one's played. He's still hanging around. And, oh, okay, Kenny Chan going to be able to find Junja walking into the tri-bush, but will be able to have the movement just to dash across the wall.
But burn flash forward. And that's a big cooldown utilized and gone now for Junja. Also, because the mid lane played where they got the solo, well, not solo kill, it's essentially solo kill because Maple did most of the work. They had used the ult there from Sejuani, so they don't have that tool. Again, this game is really about playing around the cooldowns and utilizing that. Codwing now has level 6. But they don't have ultimate from Junja or from Kenny Chan. So you're not going to have that backup. And as Team Hong Kong China really need to have both the Cyclone and the quickness there for themselves if they want to make these plays work, they have to just wait out the cooldown timer.
All ults there in bot lane. If anything, there is that ult advantage for Team Hong Kong China to play around, but here is that gank again. Maple almost doing it all himself, but a great ult coming through from Sedge.
That was a prediction, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, not just a prediction. What I love about that play from Junjia that I didn't really call out was use the Arctic Assault forward, where he was, and then through the ult where he thought he could go. Because no matter what, he's going to land something. Something will land. And so it is, no matter what, you're doomed either way.
Covering all bases and hits a home run off the back of it. But they're not quite home just yet. There is now going to be 1,000 gold gap favoring Team Chinese Taipei. Happily just, again, play the slow macro game. They are setting up for the Captain Drake over towards the pit. See if Kaiwing's going to be able to clear out the vision. There's no one here in the brush he's sitting in. But Woody will be able to drop that vision. Kaiwing's already use the trinket, so opts to use the control ward instead, but that will allow Team Chinese Taipei to know.
Kaiwing.
Oh no, he's getting a little bit too frisky with it. Of course, does have the numbers here, so should be able to survive, which he will. And Team Chinese Taipei won't be able to get the Drake for free, even though they've got so much vision here.
Okay, YSKM did TP into the top lane. Ajo has his TP up, so that is why Chinese Taipei are looking to play around this dragon, knowing they can always drag in their top lane.
That TP is going to be invested. Kaiwing hanging around, just being an absolute nuisance. Kenny Chan, though, too far away. He's not even contesting the Drake, and it's just pressure that Kaiwing's using. At least keeps him away from MM, and we'll have that information on those individuals' position. But are we going to see a plate taken off the back of it? He's going to risk it, and it looks like the biscuit's going to be eaten. Solo, too.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to enjoy that biscuit with a little bit of butter on top of that. Maybe some honey, too.
Bit of chalky.
Oh, yeah. Now we're talking.
Cover it up. Beautiful. Well, 12 minutes in. Getting real close to those plates disappearing. And this time, the bot lane, as you thought, has played out completely differently.
No TP, no TP, no flash either. Oh, nice sidestep there.
He's got the moves.
Dragged in by the all out, but maybe he's got the moves because Kenny Chan's there. No!
Oh,
Maple!
Absolute robbery. Maple just able to soak up way too much damage when he's got gamer mode going. My lord, that was a good attempt that Med again just going to get essentially taken out, untraded.
Ooh. That is a heartbreak there for Team Hong Kong China as well. Oh, and same with that right there. Kaiwing again trading the flash, getting that off of MACAU.
Investing the ult though. So won't have that for a little while now, and it looks like we are just going to watch this one back. The Apple replay. Junja going to be able to lock Med down, and there was big damage coming through. You can see, of course, they were trying to juggle that kill with Maple, but he just goes in, hooks him out. Look at how little health he's got.
The Triumph stack to heal him up. That is a heartbreak for Med. You're like, we should have got him. I had him. I thought we got him.
Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Now, having a quick look at the items before. Azure again, just going to be able to save himself. But yeah, Mythic going to be picked up by Maple. No Mythics for anyone else just yet. But of course, MM, it's gone pretty well for him. He's got a little CS gap, and he's got the Kraken Slayer.
YSKM's got himself the Divine Sundara top lane.
He does too, sorry.
Same with Kenny Chan getting his as well. Now we're starting to see a lot of those items picked up. But the bigger thing is that YSKM actually having a favorable trade there against Aju.
Yeah.
He didn't burn his ult. Well, it was the ult burned by Gragas. So he not only gets to stay in lane, but got another plate while bot lane. MM gets a plate for this plate as well, since they were the last ones to reset on the map. So they have a lot of gold that they've actually gotten for themselves.
Well, looks like we are going to see an attempt at a gank on a Maple, who's real damn fast, and he's got some reinforcements coming, so no chance of a turnaround. Team Hong Kong China will be able to escape away, try to win the vision game. You can see Renata not too far away. Woody, he's thinking about it, but he is just going to keep hanging around. Waco making sure that one of their win conditions is going to be safe and sound in the top lane. And Junja going to start to try to hit Kaiwing here. Will escape away, jump over to Meds, keep himself alive, and now they've got that river control. They've got vision control as well, so it's Herald time.
And this is when Team Chinese Taipei feel the strongest. Their tanks have gotten themselves their first items picked up. They're very difficult to cut through. We already saw that before with how difficult it was to get a lot of damage on a Maple until he went all out. And having Junja as well as standing in front of him, this is going to be on Hong Kong China to find the play in the backline, find someone out who's squishy.
They are going to be able to zone him away. Oh, you get that ping on the eye. You've also got that smarter run. Maybe it can happen, but the Cyclone too good. They're going to look at the team fight. Herald, unnecessary. But are they going to be able to do enough? Those red health bars, they're so damn tanky. Maple takes him out. Kenny Chan going to be able to form himself away. Blast Coney to safety. Junja going to be able to connect again and slow them all down.
Alive?
I don't know. Magical. I don't know how they're alive. But MM is going to be the first to fall after all that, and maybe the only one. Oh no, we've got Kenny Chan going out as well. That was a magical moment, and Team Chinese Taipei are able just to regroup, recoup themselves, and turn around the attempt at the fight.
And they do capitalize by getting those 2 kills. I thought for a second that everyone was going to live after all of that. It was an initial great engage too from Hong Kong, China, but unfortunately they just don't have the damage to cut through these tanky members on Chinese Taipei.
Whoa. Even with the Divine Sunderers, they just can't chunk down those big tanky boys from Team Chinese Taipei. Let's look at that one again, huh? Because it went for a while.
It did, and like I said, it initially starts great. I love what YSKM does, too, to zone off Wacko on the side. But the bigger problem is he wasn't able to burst him down quickly enough, which meant that all Chinese Taipei had to do was reset. They focused their control, they got back in the fight, they made sure that YSKM was soloed out and had to flash back towards the rest of the team. Then Maple, since he had gone all out before to get Kenny Chan out of there, was able to regroup with the team, say, hey, we can utilize my lead to pick up these 2 kills, gain control over the river, and to get the Rift Herald after we pick up those 2 kills.
Just so much going on there. And again, 3rd Drake spawned. Let's see if the Cloud Soul is going to be taken by Team Chinese Taipei, or if they don't even need it. But this time, look, we are seeing some of these towers going down in favor of Team Hong Kong China. So that is a decent little bit of gold. Bounty, of course, as well for them to play around. YSKM happily going to be taking that one, but won't commit for the Tier 2. Doesn't want to get too big for his boots. And you can see now it is going to be traded by a Tier 1 over towards bot. Aja, not in trouble at all. Looking at the mini-map, you can see that Team Hong Kong China trying to focus over towards mid lane, maybe looking for Prio before that Baron spawns.
Honestly, though, for Hong Kong China, getting that tower top lane, getting the bounty gold onto your Jax is going to be a good position to keep yourselves in.
Yeah.
You're not falling too far behind, even though it is 3 dragons to 0. That is going to be the big thing that you're going to have to play around here soon. But they're still in a position where they can play around the Jax in the side lane looking for these flanks. They are going to get more powerful. They've got Leandries completed for Med now. They've got that Kraken Slayer for MM. They can now actually start doing reasonable damage to the tanks.
You also see Treads getting so much value this game for Team Hong Kong China. So that MR going to be extremely crucial into a lot of this damage that is coming out from Team Chinese Taipei. But you've got to also keep your eyes on Waco, where he is in the fight. And it looks like we might be finding one. Kai Wing, jump back.
Slippery little devil.
Yeah. Of course, high mobility means safety is key. But look at this. We've got the Herald being the 5th member to try and chunk away at the Tier 2 at top against the blue side. And they are going to be able to fight and keep it alive, just chunking that wave, but not chunking down any of the champs from Team Chinese Taipei.
But it was a good scatter of the week. I think without that connecting onto 3 members, there is a possibility to reset the wave there for Chinese Taipei, set up a dive like we saw in Game 1 that can really continue to accelerate this game for Chinese Taipei, because they are starting to fall off in a lot of their damage sources. We're seeing the power on the other side. Syndra, with how she got changed, no longer just a lane bully. She actually scales incredibly well into games and will start doing reasonable damage to both Junjia and to Maple.
Everything's slowing down again, just waiting for the objectives to be up. Baron joining the party very shortly. And it feels like Team Hong Kong China still have some kind of control in their own jungle, although Vision says otherwise on the top side.
Hey, it's better than last game. It's better at this point, too.
Yeah.
They're looking in a far better position. 3,000 gold is a reasonable amount that you can start coming back, especially as you are getting some critical itemizations for critical members like Med.
It looks like they're going to think about going on to Maple here. Kenny Chant. Blast coning over.
Kai Wing, though.
Oh, are they going to be able to get...
Body block.
Okay. Living.
Okay, that's actually a big alt burn there by Jinjia. It will have a pretty low cooldown now that he's level 11.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that does give windows towards Hong Kong, China that they can play around. And that is what we need to see. They have built a competition to fight. How little have we actually seen them fight?
Yeah, well, they know they're on the back foot. They don't want the game getting too out of hand too early like we did see last game. Now, Kenny Chan just trying to stay out of danger's way. We'll risk this one to try and hit on Maple, who's going to be able to get the tower, just bullying him away, and that's it. No one able to answer with anything.
Yeah, demolish proc from Maple takes down the turret. More gold for Team Chinese Taipei.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, too, pretty sure YSKM, he's trying to make this split push happen, but while he's on vision, that is when Team Chinese Taipei are happy to strike, happy to make those dangerous plays like taking the T2 towers on their own.
And getting that gold that they can now spend. They go back. We are past the 20-minute mark, which means Baron is always going to be a threat there for Hong Kong, China, which is why you're slowly seeing them gain control over vision on the top half of the map.
Now back towards bot. It's being pushed in. YSKM happy to farm it up. Get those juicy minions. Smack those cannons and back away. Maybe get another.
Okay. I got a little worried there for a sec.
Hello. Far wing. He keeps getting caught, but he's just so easily able to escape.
This is why we saw him, that Car Wing, his special here with Rakan. This is something that he has loved to play a lot in the PCS, and there's a reason why so many people give praise towards him on how he plays. That's why he got the respect ban in the previous game. Purely for what he adds to the rest of the team.
Just an absolute nuisance. Feels like Team Chinese Taipei keep catching him, but then he just jumps away. Now, looks like Junja. Drop that control ward, make sure there's no flank angle here as they are going to try to initiate on mid. MM just going to be chunking out some damage, throwing out those feathers. Won't be able to get a root off as he will recall him.
Only on that one item right now, still for MM. Hasn't been able to complete the second item, so does no damage to Junja.
Oh, Wacko. He knows that he has some friends behind him. And in the meanwhile, Maple now just pressuring the tier 3, pressuring the base. And in the meanwhile, they're just trying to bait out this fight, trying to keep Team Hong Kong China completely interested in mid lane.
That's big. They got the Feather Storm out of MM right there.
Yeah.
And we only now the Dragon has spawned. That's the TP. They're making the call. They want this Dragon Soul.
Yep. Soul point coming in. Maple going to be able to rejoin the troops there, and just looking for mid prio before they commit to it. Oh, that is going to be a couple of the members all grouped up there on the blue side. Won't quite get fully chunked down. They still have half health to play around. MM knows that he's that damage source. He has to hang around now. And Team Chinese Taipei, they're just going to zone him as far away as possible and keep pressuring this mid T2. Look at top lane. Again, it's just this handshake.
It's all you can do as Jax. You're trying to push back the wave. You are all set up about that side lane. And then you're like, Gragas, can you leave, please? Can you stop clearing up the wave so quickly? Because he can't do anything. Now he's got no position to look for a flank. And with the fact that MM had to back, that means they forfeit a Cloud Soul over to Chinese Taipei.
And that's not too good because there's a couple of melee members that want to get right up in your grills, and they're going to be able to do so with a bit of extra movement speed now. Mate, this is not looking too good for Team Hong Kong China. They just did that on Vision as well.
They did that on Vision, but there is one thing for Team Hong Kong China, right?
Yep.
Elder Dragon. That's the big risk you take with taking the soul so early into the game, especially when you don't have that massive of a lead over your opponent. If this game gets dragged out for another 5.5 minutes, Hong Kong China have something to play around. They can always risk it for the biscuit at Elder Soul.
The good old burger flip, huh?
Mm-hmm. Sometimes you got to do it. Sometimes, you know, the game, it's not working your way. You're not able to find the fight. So you force things out Elder Dragon, say, hey, either you take it or we take it. You're going to have to go for the 50-50 or go look for a fight like this.
Oh, have they caught him out with the info that is displayed to him? Looks like they want to take it.
Oh,
it's going to be a 4-on-4.
Oh, no.
MM's going to be fully caught out. We'll get the root, but won't get enough damage to take down Maple with him.
So close.
Oh, Kai Wing, he's just trying to keep Junji at bay, but now with the 4v5, you can see that Team Chinese Taipei, they are thinking about refocusing with the numbers advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Maple living again, barely.
Yeah.
They're limping away, but getting the kill on MM because, as we called out before, that Featherstorm had been burned. He was an easy target. When you're not with the rest of the team and you're not willing to burn Flash just to get back to your team, that means they're going to focus you, and that gives them ample opportunity to start up Baron.
In comes the attempt at Bazza. MM out for another 5 seconds, and it looks like Team Hong Kong China. I don't know if they're going to be able to contest this.
It's 50%. It's going too low. Kenny Chan's got to flash in. Look at Maple's positioning too.
And they don't have the vision on it. They'll see it just now. In comes the TP, but it's too late. The smite is there. The buff is on him.
The damage, too.
Oh, and they're just chunking him away. Let's see if YSKM is going to be able to get involved, but it looks like he's just going to run the opposite direction. Kai Wing trying to survive, and Med now, he will go down as the sacrificial lamb to try and allow everyone else to survive, but they still might not. CC coming through from Aja is enough to get another, and MM now could be in trouble as well. Burns the flash to try to get to safety, but he's so squishy. I don't think he's getting anything out of this one. Oh, what have we got? 30 seconds, 40 seconds
That's a damn. So, how can you be a sacrificial lamb when the rest of your team is burned to the pyre as well?
They were going to get to safety, and this could be game. Can they finish in 12 seconds?
They can finish in 12 seconds. That is game here. That is Chinese Taipei taking down Team Hong Kong China 2-0. Game 1 was dominant. Game 2 was dominant. This team is looking like they are going to be another one that we have to look at as being a potential favorite, even though there is that last little bit of a fight that came in from Kenny Chan at the Nexus.
It felt done, but they didn't want to finish. They wanted to have a bit of fun before it was all over, all said and done. But here they are, your champions, Team Chinese Taipei, taking the W up against, of course, Team Hong Kong China.
Looking good in it, too. It wasn't like it was just a game where they got gifted a lot of leads. They earned those leads. They fought for those leads. Maple, especially on the Jace, then the Cassante, was making sure that he put the force and the fear of God into mid.
Of course, of course. And it was a great affair. Look at them all taking their bow as well. Just a crazy, crazy series from them. And honestly, I want to see this team take on Team China because they looked good. They looked dominant. They looked like they could be one of the favorites in this group.
And there's a reason why we were kind of talking about them as being one of the teams that have all 5 members from one of their competitive sides, from the PCS being PSG.
Yeah.
This team looked so good, and honestly, not only am I excited to see them here in the Road to Asian Games, but it makes me more excited to see them in the PCS and potentially at Worlds in the future.
Yeah, doing a lot of work, looking real good in doing so, and look, taking a W. So that's a great way to kick off their groups. So Group East Asia done for day 1. You know, it obviously not quite done yet.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have a look at the draft. We did see pretty large swap-ups in terms of the draft, didn't we?
Yeah, and I do like the look from Team Hong Kong China. Switching things up, saying we're not going for scaling necessarily. Yeah. We're looking for some team fights. My biggest problem, my biggest gripe, was they didn't actually look for any team fights. It was all on Team Chinese Taipei. They were the ones saying, hey, we've got the tanks, we've got the front line, we've got all these bundle of stats that we can use to bully you early into the game. We'll be the ones to dictate what happens.
Yeah, it felt like vision-wise, you know, Team Chinese Taipei just always knew what was coming. So anytime there was those attempts at the early ganks coming through from the Wukong, they were just backing away, not caught out, just saving those flashes for the right moments, knew exactly macro-wise when they could and couldn't be anywhere on the rift, and showed that they were dominant again. Look, yes. Wait, was there a hiccup? I don't think there was a kill.
There's 2. There's technically 2.
2 kills.
Yeah, but overall, one of them was at the end of the game.
Yeah.
So not really the worst thing in the world. And the fact that Maple survived twice with below 100 health, I think the one time he actually had, single digits when he walked away after the Triumph stacks. That literally, like, if you're Med or Kenny Chan at that point, you're just like, okay, come on, please gift me this kill. We need the gold.
Yeah, that separates the champions, or separates the winners from the losers at the end of the day, right? Those inches, those miles, no matter what it is, a win is a win, and it looked damn good. Now, we did get to see him flex their champ pool a little bit over the 2 games, show that what they're capable of, but only having to play 2 games means that going forward in the competition, there's only so much that the rest of the teams can sort of focus on, get ready for, prep for, of course, moving into day 2.
Yeah, but thankfully, when it comes to at least Team Chinese Taipei and Team China, you have a lot of tape on them. They've played a lot of competitive games. Even with Team Hong Kong China, you have a lot of tape on a lot of their players. Even YSKM playing for Invictus Gaming in the LPL, you kind of know what these players are bringing to the table. You know where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are. You know how to play around each of them as long as you do your due diligence.
Yeah, there was just crazy, crazy scenes. Now, the meta at the moment, even though we did see some off-meta picks in this game, were you happy with what we saw going through Game 1, Game 2?
No Yumi. No Yumi. You know what makes me happy? That's all I gotta say.
That's all you got to say?
Yeah, no Yumi.
What about Series 1? You kept your eye on that, like, on the side.
No Yumi.
No Yumi?
No Yumi. Good games.
He's happy.
Yeah, good games. Easy.
Magical's happy. I think that everyone's happy.
Unless you're playing, like, top lane AD Yumi, like lethality Yumi.
Why?
Oh, just to flex on people.
doesn't work.
Oh God, no!
I don't think that'll ever work. I would love it to. I would love it to, but I don't think it's going to work. Look, either way, that is this group looking real close. I think there's an obvious gap between Team China and Team Chinese Taipei.
I don't even know if there is a big gap between Team China and Team Chinese Taipei. I think that those two teams, I'm excited for that series. I think that is the series to watch out for, because I would not be surprised if Team Chinese Taipei upset everyone's expectations, including mine, by actually taking that series.
I'd love to see that. Now, moving into tomorrow, I think not only are we in East Asia, I think we're jumping over to a couple of other groups too.
Yeah, we're jumping around. After today, we're going to go all over Asia, really get our tour, the road to Asian Games, so that we can see everybody. There are going to be a lot of question marks when it comes to some of these countries and how they're going to play. But like I talked about before, it kind of makes me excited, because sometimes you can find those diamonds in the rough. There's a player from a country that you wouldn't have really thought of beforehand, and then all of a sudden they pop up. They're like, oh my God, look at this guy. We got to constantly talk about him. Like we got to talk about this game that just happened. Team Chinese Taipei.
Yeah.
I mean, this play alone isn't what was the nail in the coffin for Team Hong Kong China. It was a great look from Junjia and Maple, but it was that play. I think once you live with 5 health as a K'Sante, that alone is so much of emotional damage that you take as the opponent. This is the play where you're just like, it's a full-on emotional damage.
The confidence killer. The fact he's allowed to live there is ridiculous. I feel like, look, you've got to feel for Med. He was trying so hard to play pretty safe, but just kept getting caught out anyway. There's like the vision game, just figuring out exactly how he was rotating. And in the meanwhile, Maple just knew exactly when to hit the go button. There was moments like this as well where you had to feel bad for MM, who was trying to help out the team, but with him falling, that opened the door for the Baron to be taken, and as soon as that came through, you know that Team Chinese Taipei are just keeping that pressure and taking as many objectives as possible, and they got enough that they were able to end off the back of it. So it wasn't necessarily all MM's fault. Maybe there was some kind of call to go there, but positionally he just got caught out, and it is unfortunate for him. It's unfortunate for Team Hong Kong China, but look, they might not go lossless. They still have a couple more games to play.
Yeah, they got to play up against a Team MACAU China as well, so we'll see how they stack up there. But here, we got to really see the look of Team Chinese Taipei, and that's what, to me, we look at this damage graph, and it doesn't really tell the full story, because obviously having the two tanks in jungle and mid, you're like, oh, they're going to be low on damage. It was all wacko. Yeah. No. Now, Junjia was all over the map, getting control of Kenny Chen, as you talked about with the vision, and then Maple was punishing from there, making sure that they get the K'Sante's power where you're an immovable rock in mid lane. Nothing can stop you, especially once you see someone just slightly far away from their tower.
Yeah, that was the issue. There was no unstoppable force on the side of Team Hong Kong China today. Look, damage-wise, it looked closer than maybe what the game was. Either way, look, very low kill game overall, at least coming out from Team Hong Kong China. Team Chinese Taipei able to find 9, which is still relatively low, but you can just see that macro-wise, they always know what to do. They always know where to be. And there was just a lot of respect shown. It is time again for the Audi Super A player, and it's Maple once more.
Not surprised. When you play K'Sante like that, the emotional damage that you instill in your opponent too, it was great plays from Maple. And he's really showing off like the true Maple that we know from the Flash Wolves back in the day, the Korean killer, the guy that was able to beat Faker in lane. This guy is showing up huge, and I love to see this from him.
It was crazy, absolutely crazy performance, not only in the first game or the second game, but that's exactly why he's the Audi Super A player for both the games in the series. Man was just playing out of his mind. And I can't wait to see what he does tomorrow.
It's funny, both of our Audi Super A players of today were the same player in games 1 and 2. We had hope back for Team China in that first series. Here, Maple getting both of them in game 1 and game 2. But props out to him. Absolutely played brilliantly throughout every stage of the game.
Yeah, crazy mechanics. Of course, playing here on LAN as well, that is maybe a different experience for some of these players, but for the ones that are playing in their leagues, I think most of those leagues are played on LAN anyway, so they definitely have that experience playing in front of a live crowd. There is a live crowd here, by the way, just over in the other side where all the noise is, all the fun and action, and the crazy stage, as you guys saw, is over there.
And something that I love with Maple is having gone over to NA, playing with TSM, not having the best performance. Like, he still was able to show off some of those mechanics, but you could tell that he wasn't playing the best. Like, the Maple we all knew and we all loved. This was the Maple we know and love. This is the Maple we're like, we love this guy. This guy's got the mechanic. He is the superstar of Chinese Taipei, and I want to keep seeing him play like this.
And look, it is time to have a quick chat with one of the players. Let's go see who it is.
Thank you so much, guys. And now we have Junjia with us. Congratulations on the very clean 2-0 victory. Tell us more. How do you feel at this moment? 那首先恭喜你们，今天是非常漂亮的2-0，而且打得干净利落，行云流水。所以说现在有什么样的感觉和心情呢？
能够2-0拿下这场胜利，还是挺开心的吧。
So definitely feel quite happy that we're able to get the 2-0 for today's win. I'm very happy about this part. And also in the pre-match interview, Maple has mentioned that as you guys are from the same team to the tournament, this can really help you guys a lot because you guys can have a better synergy. So what's your thoughts for that? And also for today's game, you guys really have shown us a super solid team fights. I'm very curious, normally who's the one that made the shot call for the whole team? 那其实在赛前的采访当中 Maple 选手有提到，因为你们5个是来自同一个队伍嘛，所以说可能你们在团队的配合这方面会有一些小小的优势。你对这个看法是怎么样的一个想法？同时呢，今天的比赛当中感觉你们的团战发挥非常亮眼，一般谁会是团战当中比较担任指挥的位置？
我觉得是因为我们是同个队伍的，然后就确实是有点优势嘛，然后团战的指挥今天比较多的应该是MACAU。
Yeah, I think I agree with that statement because we're from the same team, so maybe we can have a better cooperation as a whole team. And also, maybe the main shot caller for today, I would like to choose MACAU. Yeah, the very solid team fights, especially there's one team fight in game 1. When you guys were able to have a very clean victory around the first dragon. So tell us more, what happened there? 那其实也特别想问一下，第一局的一波非常漂亮的团战，第一条小龙的时候，你们就当时打了一波非常漂亮的表现。想问一下，当时是发生了什么？
就是当时也大概猜到他们在动小龙嘛，然后就想着下路推完那一波线，然后我们一起去逮他们，然后就打了一个漂亮的团战。
Around there, to be honest, we have already guessed, oh, maybe our opponent that would like to start having that dragon, have that Drake. So we just told our bot lane to maybe clear the wave, and then we can just punish them around the Drake pit. And after that, we were able to have a very solid team fight and also get the Drake. And I want to tell a little bit more about Crisanti, this champion. This is your first pick in game 2. But you guys decided to give this champion to the mid lane, to Maple. We all know RG and Maple, 2 of them are all very great Crisanti player. So why you guys decided to put this champion to the mid lane, to Maple? 那也想问一下关于第二局你们是选出了奎桑提，而且是1选嘛？但是呢，你们最后是选择让中路让 Maple 选手来使用它。我们都知道你们的中上2位选手也都是非常好的奎桑提的玩家。想问一下，最后决定中路所下的原因是什么？
就是因为我们5楼还能 counter 对面的上路嘛，然后看到他选武器，我们就觉得可以玩酒桶 counter 他。
Because we're in the right side, so maybe we can have our counter pick in the 5th pick. And also after seeing the opponent's draft, maybe we feels like we can just pick the top Gragas to counter the opponent's composition. So that's why we just decided to let Maple play that Crisanti. And definitely a very clean 2-0 and congratulations again. 再次的恭喜你们，也希望你们接下来要加油。And back to our casters.
Great to hear from the players there, and everything that went down, hopefully, you guys at home got a nice little bit of insight there, especially leading into tomorrow. And look, leading into tomorrow, we can pretty much have a look at the groups now. So keen to see exactly what is going to be going down tomorrow in terms of the groups. We're going to
lots of games, lots and lots of games. Today was the short day. Start it all off. Get us ready. Yeah. Give us a taste of what we have in store for us for the Road to Asian Games. But we have so many games tomorrow that I'm really excited about, especially after watching the games today. Because Team Chinese Taipei, they came out swinging.
Yeah, they both look so good, and that might be where the immovable object runs into the unstoppable force tomorrow. So we'll see if that game is on. I believe it should be, and look, it'll be an interesting turn of events. And we get to jump into a different region as well. So we'll get to see something maybe just as good as East Asia. Maybe they're not as good. Who knows? We can make our judgments all tomorrow.
Hey, my whole thought process whenever I see teams, regions, players, countries that you don't often see is, sure, you might not necessarily get the cleanest League of Legends, but do you make it fun? Do you make it interesting? Do you play your style? That's the big thing. Because sometimes, you go into these games, especially against a team that is well practiced, like Team China or Team Chinese Taipei, and you sometimes just got to go, look, we're not going to beat them on a square, fair fight where we play the meta, we play their style, we're going to play our style, we're going to fight dirty, we're going to drag them down to our level.
And funnily enough, it can work sometimes, but you always have to remember that believing in the meta is generally key in competitive League of Legends.
So one of my favorite stories is I've done like 1v1 challenges against like challengers players in NA, and I actually have beaten a couple of them because I play very cheese things. Like one of them, one very good one, was back with old Aurelion Sol. I decided to play him, and so I told my opponent I'm playing Aurelion Sol. Like, okay, we're gonna counter him. I played full-on straight AD Aurelion Sol. Get the stun, just auto attack him to death, and they're just, oh, it was great. I won. You don't expect it. That's the thing. If you don't expect it, how can your opponent can't really practice against that?
What do they do?
Exactly.
Why do I space like he's using all his abilities when the
when he's just walking at me?
Yeah,
he's just getting a stun and he's walking right at me.
Man, I'm just doing so much damage. And here you go. So here's the standings for East Asia. Of course, Team China up there in the top place, joined, of course, by Team Chinese Taipei. So both on +2 right now, winning with the 2-0. So look, I think the 2-1s and 2-0s actually count to the points. In third place / fourth place, of course, we have Team Hong Kong China and Team Macau China down on the bottom of the group. So we'll see if they're going to be able to salvage that tomorrow, moving into day 2. Here are tomorrow's matchups. So we are going to kick things off with Southeast Asia. We have Team Malaysia up against Team Thailand, and then Team Vietnam going against Team Philippines. And then we're going to jump back into East Asia, and we have everyone playing everyone. So it looks like that whole East Asia group is going to be done and dusted tomorrow.
All right, and you got to start it off with Team Macau China versus Team Chinese Taipei, but that second matchup is also going to be very interesting, very fun to watch, because I do want to see how Team Hong Kong China faces off against Team China. I think that also can be a good showing, because sometimes you have a game, you have a day, you step in, you just aren't able to show your stuff. You aren't able to do the best you can. So for Team Hong Kong China, you bounce back, you regroup, you focus, and you get ready for the second day.
You get ready indeed. And before we go to the second day, of course, we need to thank our sponsors again. This competition is jointly organized by the Olympic Council of Asia and the Asian Electronic Sports Federation, operated by Digital Esports Asia and undertaken by Neo TV. First of all, thanks our prestige sponsor, Audi Q4 e-tron, strong support for the RDAG tournament. Of course, special thanks to iCall 11, the official mobile game equipment of RDAG, the professional choice to empower victory, embrace the thrill of control. Thank you to official supporter Omen, new Omen 16, new Journey to Road to Asia Games 2022. Thank you to official supporter Autofull M6, official gaming chair, partner of Road to Asia Games, be your own hero. Of course, thank you to official supporter Eastrock for their support as well. And at the same time, we would also love to thank our official broadcasting platforms, Bilibili, Huya Live, Douyu Live, Kuaishou Games, Migu Video, Channels, Tencent Video, Weibo, Xiaohongshu, YouTube, and Twitch for their support. Thank you very much. Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Gotta love the sponsors. Without them, there's going to be no tournament, right?
Exactly. There's no tournament. There's no games that we can show you. We don't get to have all this fun for the Road to Asian Games. We don't get to have more games tomorrow as well.
Oh, yeah. And I cannot wait to get to tomorrow. Thank you all for joining us for day 1 of the Road to Asia Games 2022. We'll see you at midday local time for day 2. Be there, be square. Enjoy yourselves, and have a good night.
the air I bounce, we're hailing home. It's a lot, but we can handle here and now. We're so close to home.